tool was used to get your elevation angles, therefore latitude?
Listen.
I'm still talking. Who's the rude motherfucker now? I was in the middle of a sentence and you interrupted. So what tool? Once again, I'll just keep repeating until you shut the fuck up. Listen, keep listening. Hold on. What tools were used to gather the elevation angles off a globe to create latitudes? What tool was used?
Okay, I don't fall into your tactic to change the subject.
Okay, so you're avoiding the topic again. You're avoiding it. That's why I interrupted you. You're not answering the question. Tell us what tool.
Okay, so let thirds, okay, just change the subject and never answer.
Tell us what fucking tool.
I'm not going to fucking teach you stuff that you already know. We all know sextant and measure angles.
Shut up. You have nothing to add.
So there's a device called theodolites, for example, which is like an optical instrument.
We've been over it, Joe. One day.
Okay. Been over the theodolites.
Was that the tool? Yeah, was that the tool they used to get latitudes, bro?
Latitude's not a curve.
Originally, you mean historically, the first time that it was? Okay,
Yeah.
no, I don't think so.
You're right. You don't think so. Not so. No. Once again, what tool was used to get the elevation angles to create latitudes?
Okay,
Joe, this is why you don't answer a flat earther, because they will lie 5 seconds later. Even if you tell them the truth,
all we're doing is asking you questions. How can we be lying? We're asking you questions that you're not answering.
You never answer any questions.
We're asking you a question we haven't got an answer yet. So how is that not answering questions? We're the ones asking you the question.
It doesn't matter. You're a piece of shit.
I love it.
So the first tool that was used historically, what I could find, is a tool that is called a gnomon that was used in 2000 BCE. So that's essentially like a vertical stick used to measure the length and direction of shadows cast by the sun. By analyzing the shadow length at different times of the year, the ancient observers could make rough estimates of the latitude and the sun's elevation angle.
Okay, so you're measuring a shadow and you're measuring the angle of a shadow, right? So what was the angle of the shadow measured from?
He's mentioned an elevation angle. It's got nothing to do with curvature.
Exactly.
Yeah, the whole argument is done now. He mentioned elevation angles and horizontal. That's all flat.
Okay, define your elevation angle.
Hang on a minute.
Define elevation angle.
Hang on.
Define elevation angle. Or don't ask questions.
Little boy, Arab boy, calm down.
At home. Thank you. Piece of shit.
One day.
Calm down. Let's give equal baseline for that.
Post the citation for him for elevation angle so he can see it in writing.
No, you explain this the same way.
Sure, he knows what it is. I'm driving, but
from the globers, you ask from the globers to bring you citations and to explain you things. Yeah. For once, I want you to be honest and explain yourself. What do you think happens and how it works?
So because
you can.
Yeah.
You can only project and lie. Project and lie.
All you're doing is explain flat, my friend. Yeah.
And people say that.
Hey, French guy, why are you crying, dude? You don't have to cry. You just presented us with an elevation angle, and that's it.
No, I think the problem here is right.
For you.
No, I think the problem here is right. If we present you with a tool that you can use here on Earth, then you're going to say, well, but the sun is just this thing that's hovering above the flat plane, so the shadows cast by the sun are not going to be indicative of a globe Earth. And
so elevation and tool,
and
there you go. You just debunked yourself.
if we present you with a tool like the GPS or a satellite-based method of measuring longitudes and latitudes, you're just gonna say, well, satellites are fake, right?
Satellites don't measure longitude and latitude.
Wait, GPS or
their elevation angles, mate. Elevation angles from sea level, nothing to do with curvature. That's on your globe.
Yeah, that's how
It's
you
measured
have
flat.
a
It's a
ground
circle of
positioning system. That's how you have GPS with
yeah.
elevation angles to Polaris. Flat.
Unless
Yeah,
you
we
put
measure a flat Earth. We measure
GPS
circles of equal
satellites out on the
altitude,
boat.
and then we wrap it around a ball. You
So,
don't live on a ball. You can't explain
the
how it's
fact-
measured, mate. We're telling you it's measured flat.
You're talking about elevation angles specifically. Okay. So,
Yeah, flat
so
Earth,
the
mate.
question
Flat
is,
Earth, yeah.
so the question is, how could we measure elevation angles without the Earth, like the Earth being flat? Is that the question?
No,
Or you're saying it's not possible, or
tool is used to measure a curve. You're describing a flat Earth, and tool is used to measure a flat Earth. When does the curve come into the picture?
How do you measure curvature?
oh yeah,
angles.
that makes
How'd you measure-
makes sense. Yeah.
How do you measure curvature? We're asking for curvature measurement proof.
Oh,
The
for
thing
curvature measurement proof. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, so that.
Yeah,
okay,
the
so now I
official one.
understand.
Hold on.
Okay.
The official one. Wait a minute. We need the official one, not your supposition of what it is.
Not
Or
random
how it
words,
could be
not
done.
you
Once
believe.
again, we need the official version, the documented measurement of Earth curvature. So go.
The tool
Again,
used.
Yeah. Sure, I'm gonna look it up. So
This Sunny guy has an obsession
what I've
with
found-
official stuff.
so what I found
finished.
so what I found, right? Like it's a pretty simple logical structure that I would like to present to you, right? So
No,
and then you
we're
can
not
attack
talking about
what I'm
logical
building it
structures.
on, right?
No, we're not talking about logical
Oh.
structures. We're talking about an actual fucking measurement. You guys,
We asked you for
why don't you
something
get
very
this?
Okay.
specific, and
It's
you
fine.
keep
It's okay.
going
It's okay.
around it, bro.
Curvature measurement.
So the way that we measure the curvature, right? So you mean like in terms of like a drop per mile? Is that like a?
Eight
is
inches,
the type-
8
That's
inches per mile squared.
Yeah,
8 inches
one,
per mile squared.
That
Yeah,
is the. That is the.
once
Yeah. How do we
again-
get at that?
once
Yeah.
again,
How do
we
we
need the
arrive at that?
official. We need
One
the
at a time.
official version, the official one.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
This
So
is
how do we
what
arrive at this
Let
drop
him
per
talk.
mile thing formula? Right. You know the
Yeah,
formula
let's
H
drop.
equals D squared divided by 2
Yeah,
R. You know that
We're not
formula, right?
talking about formulas.
So how do we arrive?
Just a second. That's
Yeah,
the formula
We
we
arrive
use
at
in
that
sniper
because we
school.
know
Measure
the.
drop. So drop, not curve. Drop. In sniper school, we measure drop, not curve.
Well,
So we're
we.
asking for something specific for curve measurement.
Just tell us how curvature is measured, mate. Stop asking us questions. Who measured the Earth curve in the first instance? Who was it? And what tool did they use? You live on a globe. You think you live on a globe. It's fucking pretty straightforward. Just tell us. Stop muttering and blabbing on with yourself. Go.
Okay, so I was gonna say we know the radius of the Earth. We know the
Well, that had to be
circumference
measured
of
by
the Earth.
Oh my
How
God.
is it
Then if you
measured?
guys
That
stop
is something
interrupting,
that
he can
we
tell
had
you.
to measure
Jump
first. That is
up.
absolutely
You jump.
correct.
Who measured
And then
that?
once we know the circumference, we can
You
then
don't.
plug that
Who
into a
measured it?
formula.
Who measured it? Dipshits. Dipshits.
Okay,
Who
so
measured it?
that's a historical question. Yeah, sure, that's fair. Let me look it up. Okay.
That was the
So who
first
measured?
question. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why are all
That's the
globers?
problem.
address it.
You guys have a
It's fine.
listening problem. You're here blindly defending what you believe, but you're not listening to what's being put to you. You're not absorbing it. You're not trying to. You just, I have something else that's contrary to what you guys are talking about. That's
Yeah.
all.
It's almost.
We're asking you
It's
for
almost.
very specific, but you're waffling on the subject.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's almost as if you're trying to ignore that you don't want to talk about this curvature measurement that you haven't got.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask a simple request. Stop including the conclusion in your premise. We're not doing that here. So you can't say, we know the radius, we know the circumference, therefore we calculate after that. No, that's the thing that is in question. You're including in the premise as the conclusion. That's a logical fallacy. We're not doing that here.
Why can't Globers come on so confident and just shut us up and tell us how it was measured, and we'll all just bow our heads and walk off in
No,
embarrassment?
you won't. No, you won't.
They don't
There's
know.
No way you would hear that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's more important to figure out, since this formula, and that's absolutely true, depends on us knowing the circumference of the Earth, there has to be a
How was it
circumference of the
measured?
Earth.
No.
And the
Oh my
question is,
God.
how was it measured? Yeah, that's a
doing
fair
it
question.
again.
How was it measured? Okay.
How was
So
it
that's
measured?
what I'm
We're
looking
waiting
at right
for
now.
the answer.
We
Oh,
put
yeah,
it to
yeah,
him
just give me
multiple
a
times.
second.
He
Don't
said
be
he
so
understood it. He understood it the first 2 times, and now he's doing it again. Oh my God.
See how thick they are. Globers are so thick.
100%. And when you point it out and you label it and you label these things so they can understand it in simple terms, they get white knighted by other agent Smiths who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
If it's been proved that we live on a globe and it's been measured, how was it
Like
done?
Senor Xavier just did.
You're thicker than Lizzo, mate.
If you've got latitude on your globe, that's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement, my friend.
They don't seem to be grasping that they're fighting truth with things they believe and have no proof of. We're asking for the proof, but they're waffling on about nonsense, no citations. We posted elevation angle citations, which labeled the plane that we're measuring as flat.
I've posted
but
like
they have
3
nothing.
different citations.
Nothing to, as I'm interrupted by Parmesan, nothing to measure the curve.
Well, stop lying then, if you don't want to be interrupted.
Yeah, I'm being
He's not lying. He's not lying.
He's saying nobody posted any citations, and I have posted 3.
Parmesan, no, you didn't post a citation. You derping a little linky like it's an argument. Isn't that? You failed to demonstrate any such method of measuring linear to then calculate a sphericity. You debunked yourself with your own document.
From failed to post a citation.
You didn't understand your document. That was a you problem.
He wasn't listening. He was talking.
So we've still got no proof of Earth curvature measurement in the first instance. Who did it and when, and what tool was used?
For that one thing for like 2 hours now.
So we still haven't got that. We still haven't.
Eratosthenes was his name, I think.
And how did he measure? How did he measure curvature?
We know what you're going to
Google. How did he measure curvature?
Just a second, one deck. We know what you just Google search. We know you're learning about it now.
I just Google searched it, of course. Yeah.
Eratosthenes.
I just like to finish. What you did was you started Google searching. We don't have to Google search.
And Eratosthenes used a gnomon, which is a tool that I've mentioned earlier, right?
Almost done. Just pointing out facts here. We don't have to Google search. What you have to do is Google search to prove things that you don't understand. Yes.
Well, that's what I usually do when I don't have.
Hang on a minute.
When I don't have the knowledge off the top of my head, I usually look it up. Yeah.
Right. Tell us how Eratosthenes.
Naughty boy! Don't do that.
What tool did Eratosthenes use to measure curvature?
He used a gnomon or gnomon, which is a stick that you stick into the ground, and then you observe the shadow that is cast by. Excuse me.
So he used.
Let him finish, Let him finish. So he's put a stick in the ground and he's observing a shadow. What's he measuring?
Shadows or the ground, Joe?
He is measuring the angle of the shadow
on the surface of Earth.
Not the ground.
Vertical.
Not the ground,
so he's measuring an angle. That's 2 straight lines. 2 straight lines.
I'm just reading up on this, how exactly it works, because I don't want to say anything wrong.
Google searching right now frantically.
Or the angle.
2 straight lines. It's 2 straight lines curvature.
No.
But that won't help you either, because Eratosthenes assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere. He already
assumed it.
So
He assumed it.
He assumed.
That, right? But you can. Yeah, if you assume that the Earth is a sphere, you can use this.
He didn't measure sphericity. He didn't measure the curve.
He assumed it.
You just said it. You debunked. You have no argument. You just refuted yourself. Your question. You're garbage.
Your question was, how was the circumference first measured? Now, when the circumference was first measured, it was already assumed that the Earth was a sphere, right?
The curve. How was the curve measured, Joe? Are you listening?
The curvature.
Yes, using a gnomon. Okay, so these are the steps that they went through, right?
So you refuted yourself.
To measure the shadows, not the curve. You've been over it, Joe.
So he measured an angle. He didn't measure curvature. He measured 2 straight lines. He didn't measure curvature.
He did measure 2 straight. He did measure 2 straight lines. Yes.
So not curvature.
That's not curvature then.
Not curvature. He didn't directly perceive the curvature. He assumed that the Earth was a perfect sphere.
Yeah, he assumed no measurement of curvature. He assumed it.
Yeah,
he assumed it already. Yes. Jesus. And then we can talk about how he arrived at that assumption, right? But you have to understand that
it's how he arrived at it. He assumed it. You idiot.
Yeah, we can put that in the bin.
Talking at the same time,
mate.
No, it's a step-by-step process, right? So it's a step-by-step process. So how do we know?
Yeah, wait a minute. I got to stop you because it's a step-by-step process that you're using the conclusion in the premise. So just the same way he did, and you're continuing on with that. So it's a logical fallacy that he used.
Yes, exactly.
No, I'm not arriving at any conclusion yet.
You just conceded
already presented the conclusion in your. You presented the conclusion in your premise. You started with the conclusion.
Can I try like one more time, like just one sentence? Okay, I promise. Then after that, I'm done. Okay.
No, you already said it's assumed, so not a measurement of the curve. So you have no argument here. You refuted yourself. Good job.
Even further, we pointed out that he had to frantically Google search while we already understand these things and know exactly what he's going to put to us. We asked for something very specific, a curve measurement. He's still talking about sticks and shadows, still no curve measurement.
Okay, so one final sentence. Okay, so to know the drop per mile squared, we need to know the Earth's circumference.
Negative.
To measure the Earth's circumference, we need to assume that the Earth we need to already.
Incorrect, Joe. That is incorrect. Negative.
All right. I'd like to bring some order to this for just a second, because somebody has to take point, and Joe, you're going to have to give us something that's other than just reification. So I want you to give me all the elements of Eratosthenes' supposed measurement, and then we'll just kind of dissect each one. Maybe we could start at the fact that he assumed that the light from the sun is coming in parallel. The rays of light are coming in parallel. Do you have any evidence for this particular element in this measurement?
What I was trying to say earlier is that we are moving.
Yeah, no, I don't want to care about what you were talking about earlier. I'll just shut you down every time. So, can you tell me all the elements? We'll start with the parallel light rays. Can you get me a measurement of parallel light rays from the sun?
Well, most of the most of the sun rays, depending on.
No, I don't want to hear about most of the sun rays. I just want you to show me the measurement of parallel sun rays, please.
Parallel sun ray. How we measure parallel sun rays? I think.
Yeah.
We know.
No, I don't want to hear. I think. I want you to get me the measurement. Get me the measurement of parallel light rays.
Are you going to let him speak or what?
No, I'm not going to. I might shut down too.
We're keeping him honest. That's what he's doing. He's not answering a simple question like the curve measurement.
That's what this is.
It's hard to answer questions.
Choose my words carefully, so I'm going to take a little bit of time to prepare.
No, you don't need to. No, I don't need you to give me the time that you need to bullshit. I want you to give me the measurement of parallel light rays, please.
Because in reality, we experience and see on a daily crepuscular sun rays. That's the point. He won't. We can't even get there.
The reason why the assumption of parallel light rays.
No, I don't need any of that. Wow. The only thing that I'm going to accept from you right now is a measurement of a parallel light ray from the sun with another parallel light ray, keeping in mind that rays don't exist. So that's going to be a tall order. Do you have that, or are you bankrupt already?
When light travels a very long...
Okay, so he doesn't have any of the things that we're asking for. What he will be doing is bullshitting incessantly. Does somebody else want to talk to Joe, keeping it on point, trying to keep it one at a time, because it is getting kind of like crazy and nutsy in here right now. A lot of over talking.
Says who? We won't be able to do that because once we have a one-on-one conversation with these individuals, they either get white-knighted or change the subject or refuse to answer a question like has happened for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, good point. Well, we'll see one more time if he has any measurements of parallel light rays. Joe, you got any measurements of parallel light rays?
So the angular diameter of the sun, as observed from Earth.
Okay, how come he's not? I'm asking him a question. He doesn't seem like he's hearing me. Blowing into the mic. Mic check. Mic check. Joe, measurements of parallel light rays, please.
Have you ever seen them?
Have I ever seen a light ray? Is that the question?
Not the angular diameter of the sun, which will require a horizontal baseline for that, what you was talking about, which wasn't the answer that you're fucking being asked the question to.
Don't you love how you ask them a question and they pretend like they didn't hear it? You ever seen parallel light rays? Have I seen light rays? No. That's not what you were asked. Parallel light rays. Have you seen them?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you show me an example of parallel light rays in reality, by the way?
The sun shining above the earth.
Okay, no, I don't need you to beg the question. That's not showing me. That's just making a claim. In the side chat, can you show me parallel light rays in reality from the sun?
This is a bit like the Earth curve question.
No, you see those corpuscular rays I posted in the chat? Now show parallel light rays, Joe. Those are corpuscular. Show parallel.
I'm sure he's all over it. I'm sure he's giving us an example of that right now.
No, he's observing my picture, and now he just realized that he can't show it because we're so stuck on the subject. He's aware that he can't do it at this point. Hence the silence.
As far as I can understand, I'm sorry, as far as I can understand, the corpuscular rays to be shown parallel, you have to fly very high above the ground. So it's very difficult.
Mike,
that's incorrect.
Can you show me parallel?
Russian Mike? You're just making it up?
I am just... I think we were talking about the corpuscular rays, and the question was if we can see them parallel. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, can you show it? Can you show parallel light rays?
I could. You can take my word for it.
Negative. There are no horizontal. That is my claim. Can you show parallel sun rays?
Yes, I can.
Show corpuscular. I prove my claim. Show me parallel. Prove your claim.
Okay, it will take some time, and then
100%. I take your time. Take your time.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not gonna find it. I pointed that out. Someone else.
Do you? Yes. So let me try. Okay. Do you acknowledge that sextants work as a means of navigation?
Oh, he's going to an entirely different topic now. Okay, so Joe, are you done? Do you want to just concede for us that you don't actually have any example of parallel light rays in reality from the sun? That's all I need from you.
The reason that sextants...
Okay, so Joe, I need you to concede. I won't take you off mute. I mean, I'll just keep muting you. Can you concede that you don't have an example of parallel light rays from the sun?
Senior Saber, shut up. Yes, man, shut up.
Hey, I got it. Hold on.
If sun
are
rays
those the parallel,
we would not.
Senior Saber needs to be muted. He's interrupting everyone who starts speaking.
Someone took care of it. Senior Savior, you got it? You got them parallel light rays we're looking for?
Yeah, I posted it.
Where's the parallel bit?
Don't you see it in the clouds?
No, I don't see any parallel light rays. I see suns.
Do you know what a shadow is? Do you know what parallel? Do you know what light rays are? Are you thick? You're dumb, right? I get it. This is hilarious. Are those light rays in your picture you just posted, or is that a shadow?
What do you think a shadow is exactly?
Do you think shadows are light rays?
Light rays or a shadow?
A shadow is the absence of light.
Okay, so where are the parallel light rays?
So when you see a shadow, that means there's light.
Look at this.
Are the parallel
Not
light
there,
rays?
but
I
in the other
posted
spots.
Crepuscular. Shut up. I posted crepuscular rays. Show the parallel light rays.
Flat Earth Ranger, you hear what he's saying right now? He's saying that the absence of light is a light ray. That's what he's saying.
Nonsense. I heard the nonsense.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you said that a shadow is the absence of light, right? So how are you matching that up with parallel light rays then, please?
Doesn't sound like a light ray to me. Sounds like a shadow or absence of light ray. He said, what the fuck is
since it's the absence of light, everywhere else you see light. That's light.
Do you see rays that we can actually show are parallel in that particular image?
Are you guys new to Flat Earth?
I don't see the
You can't show that at all, can you, Senior?
You seem to not be answering the question. Where are the parallel light rays, Senior Savior?
I love the fact that you're not picking up on it.
Where are
He's just giggling because it's already destroyed. This is funny. Maybe giggle some more, Senior.
No,
I mean,
it was just funny because
rays, they claim parallel rays. We haven't seen them yet, but they seem to be insulting and talking about other subjects. Yeah, typical.
Does anybody know what that mountain is?
Who cares? Are there any parallel light rays in it?
That's why it's funny.
Not a subject change. Parallel rays.
Okay.
That mountain is a flat Earth.
Anyway.
He didn't want to talk about parallel light rays.
No, he didn't. He just wanted to giggle and then, I don't know, poison the well or something. So
they brought up the parallel light rays as their proof. We refuted it with crepuscular rays. Me and someone else posted it. They still have no parallel light rays. Part of their claim. Typical.
Back to Joe. Joe, you got them parallel light rays, bro.
I have posted the image in the side chat.
Speak up. Speak up.
What do we have here?
Sorry. Okay, I have another argument now. Okay, so
wait a second.
No, I want another argument from you. Hold on a second. Hold on, Sonny. Joe, you will not be doing anything else but getting us either Earth curve measurements or parallel light rays in reality. That's the only thing that you'll be giving us, because that's all we really want from you right now.
Why do triggered flat earthers always talk like annoying school teachers?
Well, why do communism retards come into VCs and ask something about that's not the topic?
Okay, so nothing abstract, nothing but direct observation. So then am I muted? Oh no, okay, thought I was muted. Then I would go to photos from space showing that one side of the Earth is illuminated while the other side is not, and that is only possible because light rays of the sun hitting the Earth.
I don't need an assertion from you. I just need you to get me the parallel light rays measured from the sun. That's all I really need, Joe. Is my mic not working? Can he not hear?
Yeah, it's working fine.
Parallel light rays or Earth curvature. In whatever order, get me a measurement of one of those.
Unless you plan on validating or verifying pictures from so-called non-existent vacuum of space. You want to validate those for us?
You know what, actually, Sonny? He said photos. He even went the photo route. He said photos.
Yeah, verify those photos. Joe, can you verify those photos? And then we'll get back on topic.
Hey, see, my picture was from Iraq. I was actually there. I took that picture. They don't have those.
Okay, so to verify that sun rays are hitting the Earth parallel, essentially, because of the long distance to the sun, you can use multiple pinholes, apparently, aligned in a straight line. So that's a direct observation, right?
So not what we observed, like in the picture I just posted, Joe? Are you ignoring the evidence I presented to you? The crepuscular rays, not parallel?
It's another red herring. So now he's saying the sun is so far away. Perfect. Joe, I'll tell you what, I'm going to give up on this parallel light ray thing because I know that you can't show it. Otherwise, you would have done that already. I want you to get me the distance to the sun and how that was measured. Go.
Distance to the sun and how it was measured.
Yeah, you said it was so far away. So
yeah, sure. I'm sure they can.
No, I don't want to hear you say, I'm sure they can measure it. I want you to get me that measurement and how they got it.
I'm going to choose my words carefully again. Just give me a second.
Take your time and take your time.
The problem is you're trying to select your words. That's not what was asked of you. What says who asked you is the actual measurement of these claims you're making of the distance to the sun. We don't need you to just talk better. We need you to provide the demonstration and what method was used to measure the distance to the sun. That was your claim.
Okay, I can do that. Can I? Is it possible? I can.
How is the distance to the sun measured?
Radar and radio astronomy is the most direct measurement that came up the earliest in the 1950s.
No. Well, Google search, bro.
Yeah, so show us how exactly that measured the distance to the sun, and we'll start there.
It's like we got to keep
they
wasn't listening.
Because they measured in 1961. They measured, they sent radio waves towards Venus and measured the time that it took for these radio waves to bounce back to Earth. So
okay, now no, there's another claim. So now validate that they actually bounced off of this so-called wandering star. How can you verify that?
He can't. He was told it, and he believes it, and now he's
you can't verify it. Okay. It's unverifiable. That makes it unfalsifiable as well.
100%.
So we can test it here on Earth. If we send radio waves towards an object, we observe that it bounces back. We can then measure the time that it takes.
I asked you a specific question. How did you verify or validate that it was bouncing off the object you claim? How did they validate that?
You didn't hear it the first time.
Because there is obviously nothing in between Earth and Venus.
How do you validate that? How did you validate there's nothing in between and what was in between? That means you have to know what's in between. How did they verify that?
Do you see what we're getting at, Joe? All your proofs are unverifiable. Do you track that simple logic? No, I'm going to frantically Google search and prove you guys wrong. I get it.
Okay, so your claim is that... Okay. So your claim is that Venus is possibly further away than what
it's your claim. Listen, it's your claim, not ours. Your claim.
Now he's asking us about what we claim. What is happening? We asked you something specific, Joe, for the 50th time.
The radio waves coming back took the time that it took.
And
so we know the distance that the radio waves have traveled in that time.
How do you verify any part of that claim? How do you verify it yourself? Without those guys said it with the coats, they're right. I know they're right. They have the jobs and the money. How do you verify it for yourself? Not they said it.
So Joe is a red herring machine. He's very tricky. So he's telling us that apparently in the 50s, this is the claim, maybe he can post in the side chat where he got this information. He can cite for us the test or the measurement using these radio waves, radar, to bounce radar off of gas, which is what the sun is, right? So all we need is all that data, and we'll go over it. We'll see how that turns out. All right, Joe, you got that?
Okay, I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find an article for you. Okay.
You don't already have it?
So the article would be stating exactly how radio waves bounce off of gas.
No, what I'm going to what I tried to find was the particular one particular researcher from one particular experience who can so you can go through that.
Yeah, as long as it's bouncing off of gas, a demonstration of that radio waves bouncing off of a gas.
Meanwhile, we still haven't seen the parallel rays. Meanwhile, that we were waiting for.
Yeah, we let him go with that one because he couldn't do it. So that throws all of Eratosthenes out. That's just gone. So we don't have any measurements from Eratosthenes except for a flat Earth because he's measuring the angle of the shadows. Right. So another flat Earth proof, Eratosthenes. Awesome. So far, the next claim is the sun is so far away Well, how far away is it, and how is that determined? So he says radio waves. So we just need to know how well, and maybe Radwin can help us out with this. How well does gas reflect radio waves?
And I'm looking the particular experiment up for you right now.
Oh shit!
Google.
That's going to be a bummer.
Yeah, I'm googling it right now. I'm trying to find like a good source on it.
I know, Joe.
Because they use radar guns, right, to see how fast you're going, and that radar, it passes right through the gas, the air, to see how fast you're going. So I don't know how radar is going to be bouncing off of any gas suns. That is the claim, right?
100%.
No, they sent it to Venus. The radar to Venus.
Oh, Venus. Okay, Venus.
Okay.
So
I was going to say, along with that, then provide us the distance that radar can propagate. So you would have to have a demonstration of radar going millions, if not billions, of miles. So thank you. Provide that.
Unverifiable, like everything else they claim.
Exactly. Unverifiable, unvalidatable, and unfalsifiable makes it.
That's very complicated to prove. Yeah, it has to do with the power density from the antenna.
It's very simple. It's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable, so it can't be verified. So you're done. You have nothing to back your claim, and you only have a zealotry, a belief in the globe Earth. You have no proof. Neither does Russian Mike.
That's why I broke it down to people needing to Google search what they thought they knew when they meet people like us and get our thoughts put to them. Yeah, we don't need Google. We know your model better than you do.
You know, a couple of weeks back when I was playing poker with Sasquatch, a mermaid, and a leprechaun, the leprechaun won.
Those darn leprechauns. They're tricky about that gold, man.
That's why you don't play with gold coins.
Yeah, the gold is like weapons of mass.
I've been playing gold for 5 years now. I should stop.
Yeah, it's like weapons of mass destruction. It's not under here. Where's that gold? I mean, WMDs. Oh, the gold. Oh, exactly. They're the same thing. Leprechaun gold and WMDs, same thing.
100%.
Bouncing radio waves off of Venus is kind of like playing poker with Sasquatch, mermaids, and leprechauns. Isn't it, Joe? Prove it didn't happen, Joe. That's my favorite. Prove it didn't happen.
Like the problem is that a lot of articles on how radar can measure the distance of things that are far away. These articles are very technical. They're like hundreds of pages here from MIT. They explain what frequency they use, what energy is involved there, how far it travels, how precise it is, depending on the frequency, transmit gain, and all of this. Like they explain it.
Well, we look at Marconi.
But
what did Marconi do?
If you want to look at that just as a preliminary thing, and then I can look up like an article about the particular experiment itself.
But Joe, like we can just take the exact thing that occurred, which we know Marconi did his thing with radio transmission. So how far did he broadcast to? What was his distance?
I'm not familiar with Marconi.
Well, you're not familiar with the inventor of the radio wave. Or the radio broadcasting. Interesting.
No.
So you can talk about the premise, but not okay. That's cool.
Do you want to explain it to me, or do you just want to call me stupid?
Yeah, you just failed miserably, Joe.
Brother, I didn't call you stupid. Why are you putting words inside of me? You're literally insulting yourself with my words.
I kind of
I didn't call you stupid. Well, that's not my hold on a second, Flat Earth. That's not my issue. If you feel stupid for the way I asked you a question, those are your feelings. Now, if I made you feel stupid, right, there was no malice intended. I apologize profusely. However, if you're going to speak to a model of something, then be familiar with the person that actually did it. And mainly how that relates to Earth. I'd be curious to know what was the distance that he transmitted to. Because that, to me, brings something interesting that is worthy of observation. Because at that point, we're talking about a distance of, I believe, 100 miles. And 100 miles will require a 6,600-foot drop over that distance. So I'd like to know, can radio signals transmit through solid objects, especially Earth itself? I'm just curious, asking for a friend, really.
Oh, it doesn't seem possible that radio waves can travel through solid objects.
Okay, so by that, then we would know that if Marconi in fact did broadcast to a distance of 100 miles from, I believe, the eastern shores of the United States to the western shores of the UK, that was a distance of approximately 100 miles, and there would be a 6,600-foot drop between the two locations. So not only would be going it through land, but also water. So curvy water at that too. So I'm just trying to figure out, the whole broadcast thing going through solid objects.
100 from the East Coast to England? It's way more than 100, isn't it?
Oh, it's way more? Oh my gosh. Well, I was taking the low end of things to be nice to the globe, but if it's even more, then we've got a bigger problem. Because I
just showed up, so.
No, B, please. No, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's like frickin' 1,000 miles or something stupid.
Well, let's look it up and figure it out, because, a 3959 drop over distance based on a larger than a 100-mile distance would prove to be even more than 6,600 feet a foot drop. We got a real drop over distance problem if this is the case.
Oh, yeah. So the phenomenon involved here is radio wave diffraction or ionospheric reflection. This is where radio waves were bent around obstacles or reflected back from the ionosphere, allowing long-distance communication even beyond the line of sight.
Or so millions or billions of miles.
Easily transmitting across a flat plane while it has no obstruction.
Can you give me a sample of that ionosphere? Show me how well it reflects radio waves.
Just real quick, that was 1,900 miles. Oh,
well,
it's actually
wait a minute.
Actually 33. It's actually 3,399 miles. 3,399 miles from New York to England.
Yeah, his shot. Far. Yeah, his shot over the Atlantic Ocean was 3,000 kilometers or 1,900 miles.
And he didn't broadcast in FM, right? He was doing AM, correct? Technically, right?
Radio 6. Good question.
It's straight. I don't think they did an FM until later, if I'm not mistaken.
AM, yeah.
So that would be straight. Yeah. The shit about bouncing off the ionosphere is that's silly.
Why is that silly?
That's just an excuse. It's just an excuse.
So, have you ever done radio?
Ham radio, they say that too, but I think it goes straight. Saying. That's just me. That's my
opinion. It does go straight unless you bounce it off the ionosphere.
Grandpa, I need a sample of that ionosphere, please, and I want you to show me how well it bounces radio waves, please.
Get a $30 radio from Amazon.
Grandpa, I need you to get me a sample of the fucking ionosphere right now.
Sure, yeah. Get a $30 radio on Amazon, and you could try it yourself.
Grandpa.
He doesn't understand.
So you get me a sample of ionosphere. That's what's going to happen.
That's like saying, I need a sample of your wall. Yeah, go get a car. Like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with what you're saying, bro. Like, go get a car and run it into the wall. No, I need a sample of the wall. Well, go get a car and run it into the wall. Like, what? No, we need a sample of the wall, bro.
Like, he knows it's an absurd claim to claim that thin gas is bouncing radio signal.
I mean, what you would do, right, if you want to get a sample of the ionosphere, is you would have to go up above 60 kilometers above ground level and below 1,000 kilometers and take a sample of the air and then observe the concentration of ionized particles in that.
Do you listen to that as well as Grandpa Fiddlebone does, where I asked for the sample? I didn't ask how you would get one, because we do have people that have claimed to go through that area of quote-unquote atmosphere, and no one's brought back a sample of ionosphere. Why not?
They don't exist.
What do you mean? Because you can bounce rays off of it.
Has nobody taken a sample of the ionosphere? Is that what you're saying?
Says who wants it. I suggest you give it to him because
let's see what he searched on Google, Killian. Let's see what he searched on Google.
No, Says who is asking for it. I know Says who. He doesn't take bullshit lying down. Excuse you for cussing, but like I'd like him to get his sample that he's requesting. It's a fair ask.
They would have got a sample that day if they had their special ionosphere scoop, but they didn't take it.
They have a coffee. Listen, they make the claim that they have. We have to let them walk it out. Otherwise, we're being mean, right? We don't want to hurt their feelings.
Walk it out. That was mean.
Well, as long as I'm not walking on the moon like Michael Jackson, trying to prove that there's land in the sky. I mean, geez, come on.
So because they didn't collect a sample of the ionosphere, but they measured the density of ionized particles in that section of the atmosphere, you don't believe that the ionosphere exists? Or
do you listen to the words coming out of your mouth?
Did they measure that ionosphere?
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. Did they measure that ionosphere kind of in the same way I played poker with Sasquatch, Mermaid, and Leprechaun?
Yeah, he didn't hear it the first time, says who.
Tell me it didn't happen. Are you arguing with me about the fact that I played poker with Sasquatch, a Mermaid, and a Leprechaun? How dare you? How dare you doubt that story?
Yo, is the Sasquatch's feet big? How big were his feet? I'm curious, man.
They were huge and they were red. Are you arguing with the fact that I played poker?
Did you get a sample? Did you get a sample of the Sasquatch's hair?
Excuse me. I obviously saw that they were red.
Oh, so someone else has a sample of the foot?
Hair sample. Did he comb his hair while he was there? Could you get it? Scrub the comb for DNA? Maybe. Anything?
No, we have to stop.
All right. Sorry.
Jeez.
They don't get it. We're trying to help you guys. We're not against you. Trust me. Everyone here is against division and distraction. We are all aware of those things. We're trying to help you guys come to.
It's interesting because. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Flutter.
I'm done.
I was just gonna say it's interesting because when you look into it, Marconi he set up that transmission way before the ionosphere even existed, quote unquote. So I think what happened is they're like, oh, cool, we could like send transmission right all the way over there. Then you even have like line of sight transmissions. But then somebody probably was like, wait, but it's a globe. So, and then voila. Then you have guys, like Robert, he's like, oh yeah, there's this thing called ionosphere. And then all of a sudden, not till 20 years later, did they discover this ionosphere. That's what reason why they're able to send those transmissions. It's very interesting that one became, and they're like, oh, how did that happen? So then they made it up. Like, this is how we did it.
There's a plaque in Australia where they commemorate the time when Marconi sent a signal from UK to Australia in 1918.
Whoa, 40 years before NASA showed up. That's crazy. I'm wondering if this is the explanation that why Globers, or what Globers give as an explanation as to why you can read a book behind a building on a sunny day because of light scattering / reflection. Because like if light travels from a light source, the sun, how does it make it behind a building on a bright day? But according to the globe model, it would be what is it? Light scattering reflection, light scattering off of dark objects, reflecting. Got it.
Sounds like a mirage. It's a mirage.
Here I am thinking that the light was propagating on the medium that I was immersed within. Dang, what a dummy I am. I'm breathing the air that the light is propagating upon. Damn, what a dummy I am. Waving my hands around, feeling the medium around me. Damn, what a dummy I am.
Ignoring our own observations. Dang, we're dumb.
Dang. It's like, how do you prove that? Well, I'm observing it. Let me break out my calculator, see if I can calculate the observation right quick.
Hilarious.
Has anyone been able to calculate level yet? Sorry, or mathematically expound a formula for level?
0.
Like, I just had a coworker try to tell me that observing level is a measurement. And I thought to myself, wow, did you get numbers on that measurement? Because I'd love to see it. Has anyone seen a level with a measuring tape or a measuring units administered to it?
No, but I have experienced a level.
Tactical, what up, homie? Sorry, bro.
Whenever we would try to find out the degrees of angle the horizontal stabilizer would be on the helicopter, we would take a digital level and place it on the transmission deck on the helicopter, and then we would zero it to the slope of the transmission deck, and then we would put that digital level on a platform which is attached to the horizontal stabilizer, and it would tell us when we had the horizontal stabilizer level.
Right.
It would say 0. And then we would have to turn the degrees up. It was allowed to be so many degrees up, and it would have to be within a range, and we would have to adjust the nuts and bolts for it to sit level, and then we would point it down. It was allowed to be so many degrees down, and of course, adjust the bolts, turn it back up, put it back to level, re-zero on the transmission deck every time we go to take a measurement. So
right, so you were effectively, within what you explained, you were using a measuring device in order to keep your observation of level accountable, accurate, if you will.
Yes.
Thank you for that honest admission of direct evidence, Brother Tactical. Very tactful of you. So, I was asking for 5 minutes with Russian Mike. I don't know if he's available to talk, but you were begging everybody to talk to you via DM, and I'd love to have 5 minutes with you, chat. Are you available right now, Russian Mike? I'm staring at your mic, waiting for that mic button to disappear. Come on, unmute. Here, fishy, 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 fishy.
He might be busy getting the evidence.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
No, there's been no unmute yet. No, there he is. The fish has not been spotted. I'm trolling for the fish. I'm sitting with my line in the water. I'm trolling, waiting for that fish to bite. 5 minutes. That's all I want, Russian Mike.
Oh, he'll bite. Cooking dinner.
Ping me when he pops up.
My only hope is that there will be some self-reflection going on, maybe some absorption of what was said during this conversation, but I sincerely doubt it.
My man, I even gave you an Elmo on fire. Let's go. Challenge!
You might be working on another computation right now.
I was just wait a minute. FE model creator. Has anybody actually seen one of these models Mr. Mike's created?
Negative.
Now I'm really curious.
Because you haven't bothered. You haven't bothered to look into it.
I've successfully trolled you. Yes, you're here
100%.
now, Russian Mike. I have a question for you, brother. What is the dimension of the spheroid that you're attempting to prop up?
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You say it's a sphere, right? I want to know what is the dimension of your sphere. Dimension is the measurement from tip to tip, or I'll even accept the radius of your globe. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Why are you pretending to be it like a big question for me? I am representing my flat Earth model. It's a mathematical model of flat Earth. Why are you making a big deal about the sphere? I'm not here. I'm not here to represent the spherical model.
What is your mathematical? Then I apologize profusely. What is your mathematical evidence you'd like to present?
Please open the profile. Click on my nickname. You'll see the profile in the description. There you'll find the link to my model. Research it, study it, and
So
then
you agree?
only then, Killian, only then ask me questions about my model. Can you do that?
Authority. I have to investigate. Hold on a second. Quick second, Flat. I have to investigate your model so that I can approach your throne, Mr. Mike.
No.
I can't ask you questions about your model, Mr. Mike.
Throne? You are so dishonest.
No, I'm not dishonest. I'm asking you questions.
That's a simple question, Russian Mike. Are you in your feelings right now?
Killian obviously didn't see my model.
I don't need to. I don't have to. And I apologize for my misassumption. I apologize. Now I'm asking you, right? Now I can change my question. My question to you.
Are you an all-knowing being like a prophet? Do you know everything?
Not at all. I have one simple question for you about your model.
Why don't you have to examine my model?
I have one question for you about your model, and I'll withdraw. I'll go on mute even. I'll leave you alone, Mr. Mike. I have one question for you. In your model, do you locally observe level?
That's the point. You don't even understand what my model is about. You are Dunning-Kruger or something.
Yeah, let me spoil it. Hold on, Mike. Let me
examine my model first, and then ask me.
Let me spoil it real quick. Hold on, Mike. Let me spoil it. His model is not a model because his model is actually he's debunking flat Earth model is what he actually created because he set up a model and said it doesn't work, and then there you go.
Right.
Spoil it.
Yeah.
So that's my question to you.
Own model.
My question to you, Russian Mike, is: does your model?
I'm not listening. I'm not listening to you because
no need to talk to him. Just mute him. He's not going to answer you.
Just look at my model. You didn't even look at my model. And what is the point of asking me your questions?
Because your model was just answered that it dispels what we observe locally. I'm asking you an honest question.
You're not the
okay,
God.
Mike, let me ask you this, Russian Mike. Have you ever built anything in your life, Russian Mike?
I don't care for your questions.
Yeah, there's no need to talk to him at this point. He's not going to answer your question. He wanted to debate earlier. He had nothing but questions about my education. There's no need to talk to Russian Mike. No need.
Please examine my model and criticize.
No one's going to
criticize my model.
And Mike, this is why I say you're a hypocrite, right? Because people had to sit through your line of questioning about his grade school education level when you went in on Flat Earth Ranger, and now I can't even ask you one question about your model.
Killian,
you're a hypocrite and a narcissist.
Model, please call me.
Yeah, stay on mic, Russian Mike, because you can't answer a question.
Globers, hypocrites and narcissists, it would appear. Well, then again, I shouldn't be calling people's names. Let's just say they suffer from narcissistic personality disorder. Bro, I can't even ask you a question about your model, right? That's how much you got your head right so far up your butt, right? Being a pompous jerk that I can't even ask you a question about a model that came from your brain, right? Taking on you could. For 10 minutes, you ask for space, begging for people to get into their DMs and talk to them, right? And now I'm asking you a question about your model, and you want to fling me to your model to go investigate for myself? I'm good, brother. Really good, thanks.
Well, Killian, I hate to spoil it for you, but I have looked at the model, and it's just an azimuthal equidistant projection. So he's debunking the globe, I guess.
So he's using an existing map, which no, let's be honest, no map that's ever been created by a man is accurate. That's one. And so you're going to use a map that's been created by a man to debunk something that we're not sure exactly what's happening. Although I ask you an honest question about an observation, which you can't calculate, right, or formalize an observation. So I'm asking you, in your model, do you observe this? And you don't even want to answer it. Again, I'm going to keep pointing at you because, again, this is the type of personalities that prop up your spheroid while we're being live streamed on YouTube, showing the propagandized brainwashing that exists within the confines of the people that try to prop up the globe model.
Yeah, he wanted to have a debate, but he had nothing but questions for me. Now he can't answer one question. Yeah, typical.
Okay. Was that?
Yeah, he wants to take you back to grade school to question you about the things that you were taught to see if you remember them 30 years later. But I can't ask you an honest question about your model. Dishonest. You suffer from narcissistic personality disorder. I suggest you get it checked out and then come back to this conversation. So maybe you could provide a little bit of additional gravy.
Okay. What was your specific question about my model?
Do you observe level locally in your model, Mr. Mike?
Do I observe what? Locally?
Level. It spells the same forwards and backwards. Maybe somebody can hit you up in Russian what level is. But level, do you observe it locally in the model that you built?
Yes, I did. I do.
So my question to you is, based on the spheroid claim, because you are in a place where you're attempting to debunk flat Earth, although we see level everywhere. My question to you is, if we observe level everywhere, then what else is it?
First of all, my model is not about spherical Earth. It's about the simulation of the flat Earth. So nothing about spherical. And first of all, and second of all, what are you talking about?
Do you agree that we observe level locally everywhere we go upon this place?
Again, for the third or fourth time, you haven't even seen my model. Why do you even open your mouth asking me questions about my model?
Ask you a specific question, Russian Mike, not about the model.
These are stupid questions because my model has nothing to do with spherical Earth.
Yeah, he's not talking about the model right now. He's just asking you a simple question, Russian Mike.
I just posted in the side chat. I'm talking about real life. Does your model, can you do that on your model? What I just posted in the side chat, that GIF at 48 after the hour?
It's about flat Earth. That's what it is.
Can I do that on your model?
Do what?
Exactly what I just posted in the side chat. You want me to look at your model? I want you to look at a GIF in the side chat.
I don't care about your stupid memes.
Okay, fine. Have you ever built anything? Have you ever built anything outside, Mr. Mike?
I'm not your student. You're not my.
Not gonna answer.
It's not. This isn't a student-teacher question. This is a man talking to a man. Have you ever taken your man hands and built anything in your life, Mr. Mike?
I'm not answering irrelevant questions.
It's not relevant because if you could take it on in your mind's eye, you would realize that if you were building in this realm, you would be building to a principle. Now, my question to you is, Mr. Mike, again, have you ever built anything in your life, Mr. Mike?
Not
Have
my
you built
personal
anything?
life.
Have you built
I'm
anything
not.
in your life, Mr.
I'm not
Mike?
answering stupid questions about my personal life or whatever.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
like
So
my elementary school? Yeah,
so
like
you've
like personal questions about my education, Reverend Mike. Yeah, like those questions. Dumb.
so you've
No,
built a model.
you can call anyone dumb whatever
Yeah,
you
like
like.
those questions you were asking me about my education, Russian Mike. You don't want to answer those type of dumb questions? Yeah.
Exactly. He can take you back 30
Well,
years, but he won't
didn't
talk to me
mind.
about what he's
I
ever
do
built in
mind.
his real life.
Flat Earth Ranger, you didn't mind me asking you my questions,
But he still
I
answered
do
them.
mind.
But
I
he
do
still
mind.
answered them.
I
But he
do
still
mind.
answered them. But he still
I don't
answered
want
them.
to answer
But he
your
still
question.
answered them. He
No,
still
I
answered
don't
them,
want.
didn't he?
Yeah, I answered your dumb questions, Russian Mike. And then when I
Okay.
got you to a specific subject, you couldn't even say the word flat. So yeah, we're done here.
Okay. If you're
Yeah, we're
so
done
interested,
here.
if
I
you're
know
so
it's funny that you're
eager
dumb.
to know,
I
I
know
will
it's funny that you're
explain. I
dumb,
will answer your
but you
question.
wanted to debate for 10 minutes and you asked me nothing about the flat earth or the globe earth. Just simply
Hey,
my
Mike.
education level. I said, yeah, I could post my 2 degrees if you
Ой,
want.
блядь,
But you didn't
какая
want to talk
хуйня,
about
блядь.
that after I said that.
What are you
You
doing?
didn't say the word flat.
What do
How
you
about
want
you
from
shut
me?
up and
What do you
talking
want from
sometimes?
me?
I
Calm
want you to
down.
answer my
I'll
questions, Mike.
debate. Hey,
Conversation,
Mike,
Russian Mike.
I'll debate you on
Calm
latitude, mate.
down now. Calm down. What is
Mike,
the
We are
question?
calm.
Mike, stop talking about flat Earth. We want to hear about the globe.
And I'm asking
What
you,
do you-
Mike. I'm asking you, Mike, on your model, right? Can I do what that GIF is doing in your model? Because what that GIF is doing is something that everybody in this chat can do in real life. So I want to know, in your model that you built, right? Or alternatively, if you've built
You are
anything
so
in your real...
stupid. In my
Wow,
model,
bro.
this is not even possible
Mike's got a
to
Mike.
recreate. It's
Okay.
not
Mike, you've got a
it's
flat.
impossible.
Mike, you've got a flat Earth model, Mike.
You're
Your
so
model's a flat
stupid.
Earth
Oh
model.
my god.
Okay, Mr. Mike, so let's double back. Hold on a second, Dak. Let's double back to your original question my secondary question, because you won't answer the first honestly. So again, Mr. Mike, have you ever built anything in your real life, even hung a TV maybe on your wall? Have you?
It's a rhetorical question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because I'm asking you if you've ever taken a time, right, to observe level. So have you ever observed level, Mr. Mike?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so my question to you then is, how have you observed level, Mr. Mike?
How did I observe level? From which point or what are we doing? What do you mean by observe?
How did you observe? Have you ever worked?
He doesn't know.
Right. Have you worked with a construction level before? A bubble level?
He's thick.
Ой, блядь, вы такие тупые, блядь, сука, ебанутые, блядь. Why do I have to explain to you these simple questions?
Because
Why
you're
do
a
I
dumb
have to
glober?
explain to you my elementary school education about balls in the... Yeah, you're dumb,
Your
Russian Mike.
questions
Answer
make
the
no
question.
sense.
No,
I have
Mike.
observed the level. What is the
Mike,
question?
if you were actually here for the conversation,
keep
you would know
going,
that I'm
keep
attempting
going.
to instill a solid foundation of understanding so I could engage with you in a decent conversation versus you trying to jump to the end of my questioning. Right? So
Yeah,
if you
Mike.
want to be honest with the conversation and have a decent back and forth, I'd love to. Because I apologize for
Being a jerk. Okay.
excuse
Go
me?
on.
No, you don't have. You see, yet again, jumped on. No, I apologize for.
Mike interrupts.
I apologize for the spheroid claim because I thought that's where you were at. So again, I'm asking you, right? How did you observe level, Mike?
Killian, to be very polite to you, I'm not here to present the globe. If you
Can't
can,
present the globe.
please stop interrupting.
It's impossible to
I'm
present.
not. I'm
Yeah,
not
we're gonna
here.
keep interrupting you because you're here only
There
to
isn't
ask
a
about
globe,
people's
Mike.
education. That's it.
Yeah, there isn't.
We want
Mike, you've
you
not got a globe.
Yeah,
I would
when
in
you
your
wanted to
imagination.
like to
debate me for
debate
10
flat
minutes
Earth.
and ask me nothing
I would like to debate
but
flat
about my
Earth.
education. What's happening?
I would like to debate flat Earth.
Exactly.
Is it
And I'm
clear?
trying to get this from you. You want to go into people's DMs. I listened to you for half an hour begging to, or 20 minutes to go into people's DMs to have conversations with them, right? I asked 2 hours ago, 2 hours ago to have 5 minutes with you for a one-on-one, right? And I'm still stuck at my first question about level.
Yeah. And
You
he
want
had
to
this
be
with,
here to debate flat Earth, and you won't even engage with me in conversation. And you're I'm trying to be
Hey, listen,
respectful.
don't do that,
Hey, me
mate.
too. Sorry, Dak.
Okay.
Hey, it's not only that. 4 hours ago, Mike, he was given 10 minutes of no interruption to come forth with a globe claim with Flat Earth Ranger, and all he did was ask about Flat Earth Ranger's schooling.
That was at 11:30. That was 2.5 hours ago, because that's where I was asking for the 5 minutes of time with him after. But anyways, go ahead.
Killian, but you didn't really know I'm here to debate Flat Earth. You 5 minutes ago asked me about
Wow.
and how I would defend the globe.
Mike, it's not a debate.
Isn't
we know
it
we're
what
flat.
we did?
It's measured flat, mate. Latitude proves it's flat Earth. It's not a debate. You think you live on a globe. You've got a psychological problem on your hands.
Wait a minute. Who am I?
Let him finish, Russian Mike. It's a simple sentence. Can he finish his sentence, please? Reasonably.
Yep.
Yeah. Here, you guys give.
I would like to talk to Killian.
A chance to talk here, okay? Because it's interesting.
Well,
I think
thank you.
It's definitely
Thank you, guys.
in
Thank you.
the problem shooting phase right now. Like what's going on here? So go ahead, Mike. What do you want and what do you need?
Okay. Well, thank you, Crit. You're very kind. So Killian just kind of challenged me to defend the globe, but I am making it clear for everybody that I'm here to debate Flat Earth, not to
Oh my God! You just said you weren't.
Please, let me finish a sentence. I am here to debate you. You claim to believe Flat Earth. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to convince you that you're wrong.
So if that's the case, Russian Mike, when you had 10 minutes with me, uninterrupted,
I'm not finished. I'm not done. I'm not done. So I'm
answer
here
Chris'
to
question because you've not answered his question directly yet.
Give me a minute to finish my point. Okay, can you be so patient and kind to me? So I'm here to debate your position, not defend my position of the globe, because it doesn't require defending.
Oh, so you're a hypocrite.
No, we are not talking about that.
Oh, so you are a hypocrite.
Your position doesn't require defending.
Yeah, so people like you, listen, hang on. No, B, I'm reporting this to the moderators to pull this out. People like you, right? You really should be muted because you're not bringing anything intelligent to the conversation. You're only bringing hand wave dismissals to the conversation, which is the definition of a stick in the mud. So literally, engaging in conversation with people like you is the definition of insanity. I withdraw. I'm not playing with insane people. Bye-bye.
No, you aren't, Russian Mike. You had 10 minutes. Russian Mike, you had 10 minutes with me, uninterrupted. Why didn't you debate then?
You didn't provide any knowledge.
Because you questioned me about my education and nothing more, Russian Mike. You didn't debate when you had the full 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Exactly. And Mike, shortly after that, I give my claim of flat Earth elevation angle measurements and latitude is the proof of that. That was my flat Earth claim, and you can't dispute it. That's what you're here to do. You haven't disputed
that. Let's at least agree that I'm here to debate Flat Earth.
No, we don't agree. You're not here.
You don't even know what level is, Mike. You're not debating nothing. Sorry.
You have zero information. You provided zero.
Yeah, I know. You want to know if we had globes in the classroom. Nothing more. That's all you want to know. If I went to school or not. Yeah.
Debate my flat Earth proof of latitude. Dispute it.
Wow.
Okay,
Mr. Mike is the literally the definition of a troll. Literally, right? Has no foundation, just wants to attack the observation with circumstantial evidence.
So let's agree that I'm here to debate your
I'm not agreeing with you for anything. I'm going to mute myself because you're
not listening to me a second ago, Russian Mike, when you had 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Your position.
Listen. Give Mike the chance.
Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Is it fair? Is it a fair position on my behalf?
No, it's not. My position and the guy's position is that.
Yeah, why is it not a fair position?
Listen.
No, you've got no.
I will leave.
You've got to claim.
Okay, bye. Then bye.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you've got
don't like people debating you. Okay, so I'm here to debate you. That's all I'm here for.
No, you're here to
defend the globe. please remember that I'm here to fight against you, your position. No defend the globe. No defend the globe. Don't forget about the globe. If you are.
Hey, Crit, can I get 5 minutes with Mike one-on-one, no interruptions? And literally, when I ask for active moderation, keeping him honest.
Yeah, I muted you too, bro. Sorry. Crit was like literally in the middle of moderating, and there are at least like 3 flat earthers that continue to talk, and that's not okay. I'm gonna unmute you guys, but what I'm seeing is here's a person who has a motor mouth, and we need one person to handle this conversation. But the first thing you need to do is actually get a position from him, not give him one, not force him into a conversation. Listen to what he's saying. If you don't do that once, we're going to be here spinning wheels for 2 hours. Don't overstep Crit again.
Yeah, thanks, Elijah. Okay, let's give Mike a chance to really say what he's up there trying to pour his heart out, saying exactly what he's looking for and why. Just hear what they have to say, and then offer the whatever counter. Because my take is he's going to say he wants a debate and doesn't even have a claim. It's good. You're killing. You guys are probably right. It's going to be a long nuh-uh. He just wants to say nuh-uh over and over again. But let him get it out.
The problem is, Crit, we've been over it. He wanted a debate with 2 different people. He had an opportunity to debate for 10 minutes. He didn't want to debate.
Okay, let's see what he says. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Okay. Well, thank you. As my nickname says, I created the flat Earth model of it's mathematical. So I have been researching flat Earth for 10 years, and I believe that I deserve the respect for that. Okay, it's not just what I say. I have been doing that, the research and debunking of flat Earth. So give me that, please. So when I say that I'm here to debate flat Earth, that's what I'm here for. Don't try to divert and ask me questions about the globe proof. I could give those proofs, but that's not what I'm here for. I'm my own man. I'm not paid by any corporation, or I don't receive any money from anybody. I'm my own man, so at least give me that. I'm here to debate you on flat Earth model. If you can't handle that, tell me now. I will live with no remorse, no hard feelings. If you can't handle arguing flat Earth, tell me now, and I will accept that. But I'm here to debate your position. What is flat Earth? Can we understand each other?
Are you finished?
Yes.
Awesome. Have you ever built anything in your life, Mike?
No. Stop right now.
All right.
No. So my response to you is, when you said model, no, I can't. No, we're not engaging in that. So there's your answer to that. If you want to understand our position, we can definitely give you that. So you have to decide if you want our position, which doesn't include what you think is a model.
Okay, can I at least get the credit for not being muted and insulted in any way for addressing your position as flat earthers? I'm here to debate your position as flat earthers. Can I do that freely
okay,
and
Mike,
without being mocked?
Here's one position. Let's see if you can understand it. Why don't flat earthers and globe earthers, mind you, the majority of globe earthers also don't use a model? Why don't people use models?
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by that.
They don't use a model because it's a reification fallacy.
Okay, you see it like a fallacy.
Yeah, it is a fallacy. It's by definition. If you say this model right here, I'm holding a model, it's not a model. It's actually reality. That's called a reification. This is why it doesn't matter what forum you go into. It doesn't matter where you go. Anywhere you go, if you offer a model rather than the facts, you're going to get called out as fallacious. So this is why when you say, hey, flat earthers, where's your model? Yeah, I can give you models to the cows come home. There's all kinds of flat earth models. You can go to any convention and just dust off any model from any merch and buy one. Like the David Weiss model. You could use your own model. The problem is that isn't the earth. Hold on.
And I'm proposing.
Hold on, Mike.
I'm proposing
Mike, that isn't
one
the
of
earth.
those models.
That isn't the earth. We're here to talk about the earth, not a model.
I'm proposing a way to simulate flat earth. I'm being very, listen to me. I'm being very honest in my model. My mathematical model is infallible.
Yeah,
it's a globe. Okay? Your model's a globe.
Hold on.
We can talk about it. We can discuss and dispute my model. But can you at least admit that I'm being honest about my model of flat Earth?
So yeah, my response to you, I don't know if you heard it. No, we're not giving you that. And you said you would accept that. It doesn't sound like it's something you're accepting.
Okay.
So you heard what you just asked for. You heard what you just asked for. I'm not giving you that. You said you would be okay with that.
No. Thank you, Big Daddy. Goodbye, Big Daddy. You don't like my model. No hard feelings.
No one said anything about your model.
Nobody cares about my model.
Yeah, no one is talking about your model. I haven't seen it. I don't know if you have one, but you asked about my model. I'm telling you now, I don't have one, and I'm speaking for everyone in the room. So you said you would accept that. Now, are you lying or are you good with that?
Well, I'm asking to be fair, to be.
But you can't say it's okay if you tell me in all fairness and honesty that you don't have one. But if you have one, I'd like to debate that. I don't have one, therefore we can't debate that. That's what's most fair. Me being honest and reasonable about that. We don't have anything to debate if that's what you want to debate.
I have no response to that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but what is it? It doesn't make sense to me.
All right. Well,
what I'm asking of you, what I'm asking of everybody in this way.
Yeah, it's called the server mute. That's what that's called. Especially right now, I'm gonna whoop some ass. You don't give the parameters of the situation and then back away from it. It's just gonna cause confusion. It's gonna cause things that are unnecessary. So you're not gonna continue to repeat that what you want is the thing that I told you I'm not giving you. That's obviously an argument at that point and not a conversation. So it's called dropping it. It is what it is. You don't want to discuss anything else? You don't. I have a position. You don't want to discuss it? Okay, fine. You don't want to hear it? Okay, I'm not mad. That's it. Anybody got any questions?
Negative.
At this point, I mean, it doesn't sound like he needs to be off mute until he understands what was just told to, because you can't be in a place trying to have a conversation that you can't have.
To me, it just sounds like you're scared to defend the flat Earth view.
So
you're shying away from the argument.
So I don't care what you think or believe.
Are you confident in the flat Earth model?
Like I told him, there's no model.
Oh, so you don't have a model?
No.
So you have nothing to defend. Is that the reason you're not debating him?
Not a model.
What about a viewpoint?
I have a measurement.
Okay, so why don't you debate the measurements with him?
What is there to debate if
I don't know.
Measure, don't interrupt me.
I'll do whatever I want. Mute me if you want.
I will.
Do it.
Somebody ban him for like a day, please.
You're scared. It's okay.
We don't need that. What's his name?
Grandpa, hit the road, Jack.
Grandpa Fiddlebone.
Yeah, whoever knows how to mute or ban for a duration, can you do it for a day? See, here's the thing. This place is special. There are special people here. People aren't going to come in here just being disrespectful. Now, I give you an opportunity to speak, especially Crit. Muted, people who this is their home, just for this person to get his position out or what he wanted. So he specifically said he wanted to know our position, but he also said he wanted a model. And if we just told him that we didn't have one, then that would be fine. So I said, well, I can't give you our position and a model. Those are two things. I can give you a position, but I don't have a model. Are you okay with that? He wasn't okay with that. He's not willing to engage after that point. Okay, fair enough. Some other douchebag comes in and says, well, you're not willing to debate. I'm not a person who just debates about absolutely nothing. Kids are on the fucking line. Slavery and freedom are on the fucking line. It's not a game. Y'all coming in here as a something to do, a place where you just get drunk and come and laugh, and it's not a fucking game. Not enough people give a fuck about the truth. Stop playing with these people that just want to come in here and play with words all day. Bring somebody in here that wants to actually know what the fuck is going on. And that's it.
I'd love to know what's going on.
What do you want to know?
What's going on?
Well, you know what the title of the room is. You have any questions?
All right, so Mike, do you get the reason why to stay away from fallacious arguments? Fallacious logic. Why do you not use fallacious logic?
Is that you think I had been muted?
Well, no, because Elijah wanted to say hey, there's no point taking you off mute until you understand what's being offered here. Because until then, there's going to be a barrier that you think this is Burger King to have it your way, but this isn't. This is not Burger King. You don't get it your way here.
Okay. I believe I am like everybody else, free to speak my mind, and my mathematical model is the representation of that. So, am I free to share?
Okay, hold on. Pause right there. Your mathematical representation is a model of that, not Earth. You see the difference? You've got your wires crossed. You're thinking your mathematical representation of your thoughts is actually something other than what you said it was.
Well, it's really non sequitur because remember he said he wanted to know our position. Well, your mathematical model has nothing to do with our position. Right? So if all you want to talk about is that, it's like what you can. There's no rebuttal to it.
I would like to talk about my mathematical model. That's all I'm here for.
Well, that's a very different statement than when you started.
Yeah, just make your own channel and talk all day to people. Like, go down to the channels below, say Mike's mathematical model, and people will join and listen or not. You'll be able to test it. You'll be able to, how many people care what Mike has to say?
Hey, Chris,
why does it have to be so difficult?
Because you're not getting what the purpose of this channel is. It'd be like somebody you make a channel, Mike's mathematical model, and someone comes in there and starts talking about dog breeding. You'd be like, what the fuck, dude? This is Mike's mathematical model. It's like, what? I don't got free speech. I can't talk what I want to talk about. And you tell them, no, this is a channel you made to talk about your mathematical model. And they don't get it. Then they start talking about snail racing or some other random topic. How long would you put up with it before you just bounce your ass out of there?
But I'm sorry. My mathematical model is about a flat Earth.
No, it's about your mathematical model. Has nothing to do with flat Earth at all. It's not even. It's not even remotely related.
Of course, it is my model because I created it.
It's your model. It's not flat Earth. That's two very different things.
Okay. It's mathematics is a scientific method of research. Do you agree?
No, I would say it's a language. Math would be a language.
How do you even establish anything about the Earth you live on, except science?
Yeah, you can. There's all kinds of different ways to establish things. Science has flaws. This is why people don't only use science when they're figuring things out.
Okay. I hear you. So, and this is my attempt to try to understand how flat Earth would work. Is it?
It works just like you see it. The Earth.
Oh, okay.
It functions normal without anything added to it. Don't add anything. Don't take away. Use the Earth exactly as you see it.
Okay.
As soon as you start saying, you know what, the Earth doesn't work because you have this model, you broke. You broke your. You burnt the church, because now it's no longer the Earth you're evaluating, it's your ability to model.
What did they break?
You broke your goal. Your goal was to evaluate the Earth, and you replaced it. You replaced Earth with a model and then said the Earth isn't the Earth. The Earth is actually this model, not the Earth. You threw the Earth out and said, you know what? The place we live, the Earth, the habitat for humanity, where humans live, this is not what you're talking about anymore. You're talking about this model where people don't live? Are there people on your model? Let's try that. Are there any people on your model able to make observations?
Okay.
Real slow.
Can you help me? Can you help?
Mike, I'm helping you right now, but you need to follow along. And you're going to prove to me you're following along by saying check or hold. Check, you get it. Hold, let's roll it back and make it easier. On your model, are there any people?
Oh my God.
Check or hold. Are there people on your model? Mike, pay attention. Are there people on your model?
I could include people on my model.
You could just make people?
Why not? Virtual
God,
people.
You can create life out of math?
Well, virtual people.
Dude, be honest. Are there people in your model?
Abstract. I can create abstract.
Are there people? Can I go into your model and say, oh, look, there's Billy and Jimmy and talk to them and say, hey, what's going on in that model? What do you see? What measurements have you done over there, homie? I could do that. I can talk to the people in your model.
Great. You're being over emotional. Of course,
okay,
my model.
My
model
right?
can't create.
Your model is not reality. You are missing some very key points. Is there Discord in your model? Do you have an app called Discord in your model? Is there internet? Does your model have internet? Does your model have nations? Are there nations in your model?
My model has boobs.
Okay. Can we close this conversation? Can we close? Just leave it at that. So we are friends.
You need to understand what models are before you start even talking about them. And that's something you don't. You really don't know what a model is.
Well,
hey, Crit, just real quick, if I can point something out. Hold on, Mike. Just real quick, Crit. One thing I wanted to throw out there and just like kind of remind the crowd and the listeners. He keeps saying he has a mathematical model. The problem is that the model, when you actually look into it, you give him the time to look into it. His model is grossly, how would I say it, misleading people because the math that he has created for his said model is not reality. I even DM'd him. We got an argument in DMs. I even DM'd him the formulas that he should introduce or include in his model. He didn't want that. He didn't like that because what happens is the math that I gave him, which is what we can do in reality when we're taking shots and we have to account for the way light's refracting and standard refraction and stuff and the way things drop angularly, they will drop to their physical position can literally look like they gotten smaller, but it's just an optical phenomenon, right? The way we see things happening in a distance from us. He didn't want to include that math. He wanted to stick with his... Hold on, I'm still talking, Mike. Hold on. He didn't want to include that math because he wanted to keep his model the way it is. If anyone looks into it, though, just real quick, Mike, let me just kind of explain something to the listeners. Not for you, because you made it, but it's for the listeners. So when you look into it, he has an elevation, and the further away you get from it, he keeps the position of that thing at the same elevation from a side view. Now, we know that technically, when you walk away from something, it will get lower and lower optically, but he doesn't represent that accurately in his model. So I just want to inform them, Mike, real quick on how, your model's false and it's very misleading, but you're still here coming week after week saying that you want to present this model. You want to convince people. Hit me in the DM. I'm going to convince you. But your model is flawed. And Crit has a good point. Your model's not even reality. All right, I'll shut up.
Okay, thank you, Apocryphon. First of all, you said that I didn't use perspective in my model. This 100% wrong. The whole idea, the whole mathematics is about perspective, trigonometry. I used trigonometry, and it is used in terms of perspective. And as for refraction, atmospheric refraction works in such a way that it lifts objects up not down. That's the scientific fact. So that's my response to you.
Okay, Mike. First of all, you can't just say things when you have an actual model that we can go visually look at right now, and it does opposite of what you're saying that it mathematically is doing. You're just being disingenuous at this point. You're saying you included the trigonometry or this formula that's calculating for perspective, but then when you present it as an image for us to visualize what you're saying or what you're doing or what you did, then it doesn't match up with your words. You're saying it's accounting for perspective, but then optically, as we're watching this graphic that you've created, it doesn't do that. Matter of fact, that's the whole point of contention. What you're saying isn't being reflected on what you're showing. It's two different things going on, Mike. Maybe you don't understand that. Maybe you're not grasping that. But that is a difference. I don't know if you understand what that means. But when you say one thing and then you show another, that doesn't line up. Do you understand that, Mike?
You have to prove, you have to substantiate your claim.
Okay, the proof is your model. So let me say it one more time. Anybody want to look at it? The perspective that he's saying is calculated, but when he has it visually has a demonstration, it isn't representing those very same words I just said. Because perspective, as you get further away, the object will drop in elevation, right? Optically, not physically. But his example, when he shows you the angle of looking at that thing from a certain distance away, it's still having it way up in the sky, but not the way that person would actually be seeing it. So it's a false image here. Mike, I don't know if you're ever going to get this, to be honest. I don't think you even understand how you're wrong. It's it happens. Some people, they can't even see that they're wrong when they're wrong. I don't know, bro. I don't think we're ever going to get through to you, to be honest.
Okay. Last chance, Apocryphon. Does perspective work on the laws of trigonometry, like the cos and sine, all those trigonometrical functions?
Okay.
Which aspect?
Go ahead.
Which aspect of perspective are you talking about?
The distance of the sun and how it should cease in size and elevation above the horizon.
You're talking about perspective, and now you're just talking about the elevation angle of the sun?
Yes.
Those are two totally different things.
Thank you. That's exactly why I'm trying to tell him your model. He's saying one thing, but then the image is another, and he's not grasping that they're two different things. He's saying one thing, but what he's showing is another, and that's probably why I think you just hit the nail on the head, Sesu, because he doesn't realize that he's trying to bring two different things together, but they're not the same. They're different.
Okay. If Apocryphon, again, I am trying to hit the camel with the final straw. Can you create a better model than mine to represent flat Earth perspective? To prove me wrong.
Excuse me. That's a loaded question. Mike, it's a totally loaded question.
It's not a different question. It's the rebuttal. It's
no, it's not a rebuttal.
Works. Can you show me?
No,
Mike.
Stop. Why do you so desperately want to have this straw man? I'm just curious.
It's not a straw man.
It is a straw man. You've created a flat Earth model based on nothing in reality, haven't you?
Apocryphon is criticizing my...
All right, shut the fuck up. You have created a straw man based on nothing in reality, haven't you?
I was talking to Apocryphon, first of all.
Right, and now you're talking to me. So, you've created a straw man based on nothing in reality, correct?
No.
Okay, so what in reality have you based this model on?
I was talking to Apocryphon. Can I talk to him?
Well, you're talking to me now. Congratulations. Because.
Apocryphon, can I talk to you?
Why are you? Are you scared?
He's talking to you, bro. Just be a man. He wants to get in on the chat.
No. It's the I'm interested in the subject. I can talk to you, say who.
Okay.
No problem. But I still have questions to Apocryphon. Apocryphon, can you create a better model than mine to prove me?
Mike,
to prove me
this is
wrong?
what you're not getting, though. Mike, hold on, though. Mike,
I'm not getting something. What am I not getting?
Mike, here's what you're not getting.
You can't create
Mike,
a better
Mike,
model.
Here's what you're not getting, Mike.
When you create a better model,
buddy. Listen. What you're not getting is that's why it says who jumped in. Because everybody's realizing when you ask me that question, everyone realizes and says who's right on the money. He's asking you, or telling you rather, that you've created a straw man by creating a model that isn't even part of reality at this point. And that's why you're being stopped in your tracks. Like, no, you can't go around asking people, can you make me a better model? That's not the way it can work in this room, because we're trying to deal with reality here. We're not trying to say, can you make a better North Pole than I can? Like we're Santa Claus at Alv's workshops going on. Like you can't. It's a pointless argument. You get what I'm saying? Go ahead, Mike. You understand?
When you say that I have created a strawman model, you are being disingenuous.
What?
You're saying, did you not create a flat Earth based on nothing in reality so that you could tear it down? That's what you wanted to debate about in here, right? You created a straw man, and you wanted to debate the flat Earth that you created, so you can burn it. Isn't that right, Mike?
Exactly.
I haven't tried to create a straw man for flat Earth.
Okay, so what are you debating about then? What do you want to debate other than the model that you've created?
I would like to see the proper flat Earth model.
Nobody's claiming a model. Nobody wants to claim a model. This is about reality. See, this is a reality.
Claim a model.
It's not 24/7.
You should be easily create a model.
So Bez has been triggered. Bez is always triggered. Comes in triggered. Won't shut the fuck up. All right. So, Mike, why are you doing this?
I'm an enthusiast.
You're an enthusiast about models, but not about the Earth, right?
It's a stupid question.
That's not a stupid question. You're an enthusiast about models. All I've heard you talk about is models for, I don't know, the last hour or so. But you're not really an enthusiast about the Earth itself, not reality. Not as far as I can tell. Would you say that you're an enthusiast about models or reality? Which one?
Mathematical models are legitimate scientific
no, that's not the question that I asked you, Mike.
Researching
reality. Mike, I asked you, what are you more of an enthusiast about, models or reality?
I told you, mathematics and models.
Okay, so that's what you like. This is not the place. No, this is not a scientific model. Scientific models are based on experimentation. You don't have any experiments. Do you, Mike?
I would like to see very precise.
Mike, I'm asking you questions, and I'll just keep muting you and asking you again each time, because this is usually where the point that we get to people are red herring or non sequitur, and I just don't want to do that. So, do you have any experiments that you can create a model with? Or is this just about mathematics, reification, straw men that you've created, and that's what you really want to debate about? Not about the Earth in reality, but about mathematics, where you can conjure whatever you want and then burn down that straw man. Do you have any experiments, Mike the Russian?
I will not answer your questions anymore.
Okay, so then I guess since we don't answer questions here, then there's no need to talk to you anymore. Because that's kind of the crux of the matter. We want to have a conversation about reality. You want to have conversations about reifications. And that's the disconnect. That's what Crit was trying to tell you. That's what Elijah was trying to tell you. This is what Apocryphon's trying to tell you. And you just kind of want to put your fingers in your ears and go, no, I don't hear what you're saying. And then continue talking about reification, which we are not interested in. So I think Crit's correct. I think you should go ahead and create your own Discord channel called Mike's Mathematical Model, and then just see who shows up and wants to talk about that. And then you'll probably get pissed when we go in there and then want to talk about reality, because that's not really what you're into, apparently.
Very true. Yeah, again, it's really weird. He thinks math is science, and he thinks that his model is an experiment. I don't know how much more lost the guy can be, to be honest.
I have a quick question for Mike. If nobody, okay, this room's filled with flat earthers mostly, right? So if nobody in this room that's a flat earther claims to have a map, then how did you make a model of the flat earth, Mike, without a map?
I am deeply offended by the attitude.
He's using the global war map that was developed due to its accuracy of depicting direct flight paths.
Mike?
I will not answer any questions or engage with you for a long time. Because
we don't claim a map. So you said you made a flat earth model.
You have been offending me all this time. So I will take a break.
Oh my God. Can somebody else ask? You heard the question, dude. You're just scared to answer it because it completely debunks your ridiculous model. It makes it look stupid because, no flat earthers here are claiming to have a map. So how did you make a model with no map?
No, I mean, it'd be great to see, like, who came up with the AE projection. I mean, I don't know. I have to, like, Google it. And then I'm sure that guy's long gone. Okay, whoever that was, like the AE projection, I would guess is hundreds of years old. And then if you could resurrect that guy and have him debate Mike. Mike said, hey, your map is a flat earth, and just see what happens. Just be like a fly in the wall and just watch this guy just talk circles around Mike, like break down all the math, all the modeling, all the different techniques that were used to make this map, and just watch him just stand there and just with a blank dumbass look on his face.
Crit, unfortunately, the guy died in 2004. Too bad we weren't arguing that back then, Arthur Robinson died in 2004.
David Weiss is still alive using it, right? You guys like him, don't you?
He uses it for particular things. He still says it's not a perfect map. He doesn't claim this is the official flat Earth map. He uses it to demonstrate certain things and to make certain points, right?
Yeah, like when he's showing flights, like how, they're saying they made an emergency landing, and then he points out, well, check it out. On this map, it is a perfectly straight line. It makes sense. Here you go. I'll post the photos for you from his video.
Yeah, we're not David Weiss, right?
Yeah,
David Weiss is here, and David Weiss doesn't speak for all flat earthers, right? You might have some globe earthers saying some things that not all other globe earthers agree with. You're not going to go and put that on everyone, are you? You're going to have some globe earthers that think there's alien bases in the moon. I'm not going to accuse you of thinking that, though, am I?
When you really look into it, though, like I think that was a really good point. When they won the soccer match, World Cup, and they were flying from Qatar back to Buenos Aires, and they stopped in Rome, like it makes perfect sense because when you look on that flat map, quote unquote, it's a perfectly straight line. I mean, and then you have the one from Abu Dhabi to Auckland, and they had a stop in Tokyo. Like that is so far off in the globe map. But on a flat map, it makes absolute sense that a plane is going to fly as they say, as the crow flies, it's going to be straight across, like boom, from point A to point B. Let's go. And it makes sense that Tokyo was right under them during the emergency because they were just flying straight across. So I mean, I guess
what was the location?
From Abu Dhabi to Auckland.
Where's Abu Dhabi at?
Abu Dhabi is look in the Middle East.
Like which country is it?
Good question.
Hey Google, what country is Abu Dhabi in?
Says it's in the United Arab Emirates, so UAE, located southeastern corner of the Arabian Peninsula along the Persian Gulf. And then it was going to Auckland, right? If you want to map it out, they were going to Auckland, which is
I don't know where that is either.
It's in New Zealand, which is between Tasman Sea and Pacific Ocean, so down there. So if they're going from there to there, like if you look on a globe, that is like way off, dude. Like that is so far off from their direction. Just like what the hell? Like why would you be way in that direction for an emergency landing? But when you look on a flat map, it's just a complete straight. Like you could draw a straight line, and Tokyo's right underneath that line, bro. Like perfectly. So it makes sense as the crow flies, as the planes go across a horizontal plane, the airplane. So it's interesting that it's obviously not what they're telling us, bro. Come on.
When you say a flat map, what are you referring to?
Well, meaning, imagine like if you were to put floaties in a big Olympic-sized pool, and all the water is level and just it fills the container of the pool, but your floaties are the continents. And let's say you're gonna go from one floaty to the other floaty. You're just gonna go across. You're gonna like swim across from one continent to another, from one float to another. You're not gonna be going this great circle, and you're not gonna go east, go straight across, or go west. Like you're just gonna go straight to it. That's it. I'm going to go from here to here. You're in a pool. You know that the surface of the pool is flat and level, right? And then you're going to go just from one floaty to another, bro. Very, very simple. But in this case, I guess it's a round jacuzzi if you want, because it's like there's a roundness to it, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? We don't even know that.
I wasn't trying to question you on like what straight and all that means. I was like more in a literal sense. Like you said, on a globe, it didn't make sense for them to be over Japan, I think you said. Tokyo. And then on a flat,
look at
and
the
then on
photo.
A flat map, it's a straight line. Oh, you posted it.
Look at the photo. You can see Abu Dhabi, Tokyo, Auckland. Look it. It's like you travel way that direction and then way the other direction instead of just going straight from. I mean, they should have been over Australia. I guess maybe they're like, we just want to avoid the Pacific. Okay, even if you want to avoid the Pacific Ocean, why wouldn't you have landed like? I don't know, in Japan or sorry, not in Japan, further south from that. Like, what would that be? I don't even know what country that would have been. So, is that a part of the tip of Asia south? I don't know the furthest tip of Asia is. But the fact that they landed, like, you would think, like, okay, why would you go so far away to land somewhere for an emergency? Why not land anywhere else in between? Like, I guess in this case, they've been closer more towards the south of Asia there.
What route is this referring to? Is this like some event or something? Like,
it's a particular flight that this is taken from like the book, like 16 or 18, whatever the number is, emergency landings that prove flat Earth. So they've taken actual flights that happen in reality, and they were flying from Abu Dhabi to Auckland, and an emergency happened, and they landed in Tokyo. Like, oh my God, something happened! Quick, land the plane. Okay, why are you over Tokyo if you're flying to Auckland? So when you look at the flat map, the AE map, then you're like, oh shit, like that's directly across. Like that's a straight line from Abu Dhabi to Auckland, according to the AE map. And then you can see why they would have stopped in Tokyo in an emergency, because it's literally on the way. Like it was under them when the fucking this emergency happened. This is why this book. There's other flights too. There's many of them, 16 or 18. They even have more now because now they've added the one where the soccer team just won the World Cup. They're in Qatar, and on their way home, they're like, "Hey, let's stop by, here, Rome, for whatever reason." It's like, yeah, okay, cool. And it was on their way because look at the map, it's straight across. His arm's actually blocking it, but that line is straight. It's Qatar, Rome, and then Buenos Aires is underneath his arm, and the green line is literally like right under his arm. It's a straight path, bro. So it's not like they had to veer off for hours to go to land way up north. No, it was just right under them. So
can I explain a little bit? When these videos with emergency landings, they use the Mercator projection map, and they draw straight lines between the departure site and the landing site. It's not correct. You should draw a curved line.
Oh my God, Mike! Talking about you should draw. What do you mean you should draw?
That I'm having a trouble finding the book you're referring to, but two, verifying that this was the actual thing that happened. There was an emergency landing.
Yeah, you can go look it up. Actually, here
in those videos, let me say it again. In those videos, they never used the globe projection. The globe, Google.
Well, I mean, I can do that. I own a globe. I can put my finger on 2 points and say, "Hey, you shouldn't be over Japan between these 2 points." I can do that myself. It's just I need to know if this is an actual thing. This is verifiable.
I'm saying that in these videos of
we've seen people do this
emergency landings.
We know this happens.
They don't do that. They don't do proper projection, proper tracking of the flight on a map, on a globe map. They use the flat projection like a Mercator map, and
sure, Mike,
and
I
they
agree
draw
with you that
a
this
direct,
happens.
and they draw a straight line, which is misleading, and it is an error, and you should know that by now.
Mike,
no, you don't get.
We got you, Mike. We understand that this happens. That doesn't mean that he's doing that. Right?
Here, I'm going to post that. I'm going to post that link for you. I know you can't find this on YouTube the way you should be able to find it. Believe it or not, this is buried. The algorithm sends this video way down there, bro. But unfortunately, that's just the way it goes, bro. But you got to know how to navigate through YouTube to get through their algorithms, bro. So
let's see.
So the point that Mike's trying to make is ridiculous because he's like, "Oh, you should make a curved line." No, dude, you don't get it. The point would be that if you're flying from one part of your globe to another, it should be, even if you want to call it a great circle, dude, it should still be the shortest route to that place that you're going. It should be a straight line. And if you look from the side, it'll be curved in your dumb globe that you're on.
Yes,
but still, Mike, the point
we
here
see
is
in this video?
Mike,
will we see in the video?
Mike,
the proper. No, we will not see the proper tracking of the airline airplane route on the globe. It will be on a Mercator map. You are not listening.
Are you guessing? You literally have the video. Why are you guessing? Just say, "Hey, you
I'm
see
not
here
guessing. I know.
this point in the video is being dishonest."
I know what
why are
I'm
you
talking
guessing?
about. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, then look at the video and tell us when they do that in the video. The fuck?
What the fuck?
You get specific, Mike.
Exactly.
Is it the Emirates flight EK225 that you're referring to?
Okay, point me to the time stamp.
Oh my God, it's pointless talking to this clown, dude. He's just a clown.
Everybody's a clown.
It's just really weird, bro.
Page 37.
Okay.
If you can't grasp the photo, hold on, Mike. If you can't grasp the photos that I've posted, Mike, if you can't understand that if you're on a globe and people are flying from these two locations from into, where they're departing from and where they're headed to, and there was an emergency landing, and then that adds a third point, okay, when they're actual landed, if you can't grasp with your small little brain that this shouldn't be happening if it was a globe, because there was no reason for a plane to fly west when he's supposed to be going south. Then, when you look at a AE map, then you see that straight line, then it should make sense, Mike. But I think what's happening here is you're so stuck on it being a globe that you see this and it cannot be realistic to you. It can't. Your brain can't even calculate what your eyes are seeing. Like, oh my God, what is this? It's like you just saw someone like walk on water, and you're like, this cannot be. It's really weird.
Where are you pointing at?
The photos I posted 37 minutes after the hour. I posted 4 photos.
Where? I don't see anything.
Inside chat?
I am looking at the inside chat.
All right, boys. We digging in this thing. Wait, I don't even know if I'm allowed to post it, but here's the PDF to the actual thing he's referring to.
Here, I'm going to tag you to it. There you go. I tagged you to it. Now you can find it.
7.
Nice highlight.
Wait, no. What am I doing?
Okay.
So maybe 37.
Where should I? Okay, should I click on the link?
Page 17.
Okay.
It's very simple.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. You're not using the globe. You're using the equidistant projection and not a globe.
Ugh.
Oh my God, bro. I mean, at this point, I need to go teach my cat how to fucking mow the lawn. I'm going to have better fucking success right now. Swear to God. Dude, the globe is what's being contested about you living upon it because of the flight that took place, multiple flights that have taken place, where there's emergency landing and they find themselves over a particular piece of land that's right below them. When I'm supposed to be flying east, why am I in fucking north? Okay? If I'm going to go to McDonald's down the street, I don't fucking go 4 blocks to the west to get to to where I got to go. You understand that, bro? But
let's try to focus in on like a specific one, because I'm not finding the trip you're referring to. I'm finding some Tokyo mentionings and some Auckland mentionings, but not this Abu Dhabi to Auckland.
Yeah, please give me the timestamp of the video.
Look, because it's like documented even like through the news media. Look at the one where when they won the World Cup and then they stopped in Rome. Look at that one from Qatar to Buenos Aires, because they were from Buenos Aires, from that country.
Qatar Airways 29.
Okay, you guys have to excuse me because I live in Russia, who is currently blocked by the Western countries.
Okay.
YouTube is blocked, and I have to use VPN.
Okay, no worries. So Argentina.
Whoa, you just say YouTube's blocked?
Argentina, they won the cup. Okay, they were in Qatar. Argentina, they won the cup. They were in Qatar. You can look this up. Okay, Google it. Okay, you're not blocked from Google, right? You can block up Argentina wins cup flying home from Qatar stops in Rome.
Let's talk about the video at hand. Let's talk about the subject.
And you're blocked.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Oh my god, bro. I can't with this guy, bro.
I can access it via VPN. Or you can send me a screenshot. It's not difficult.
Can we just pick one of these? Let's just pick one of these from this book and dial it, because like I'm having trouble finding any specific ones. Like Rome's not even mentioned in this at all.
Yep, this would be a great idea. Because if you didn't know that Russia is in war at the moment.
What?
We are in war with Ukraine. You didn't know that?
How does that have to do with anything?
Sanctions. YouTube is blocked in Russia. I'm Russian.
Oh.
Wake up. Wake up.
Gotcha, Big Daddy. Let's pick this one. China Airlines Flight 006, page 63. Ooh, I went way too far. $66.
You're so caught up in your little world that you forgot about the realities of life.
It's not even an emergency landing one.
Okay.
Hawaiian Airlines emergency landing in SFO 075. Oh my god.
So they cut Russians from the outer world altogether. Yippee! So you would have to help me out by sending me screenshots from your videos. Or maybe download the video and upload to Google Drive. I can download from there.
I mean, I sent you a PDF of all the landings.
Can you not use a VPN?
The video is kind of useless, to be honest.
I have been trying to, but it keeps failing.
Okay.
What the fuck is this dude talking about? Although butterflies criticize Google Maps as seen here in both images from the same path, there is no difference at all between these two. You see that there are other two flights. We'll be looking at the same thing. From Hawaii to the U.S. Northeast, fly above Washington State, Portland, or Northern California. come from there. Go to Hawaii. East. Hawaii. Where's San Francisco at? The fuck is he talking about? If just enter this, and then remain for almost 5 hours in the same flight until it reaches New York. Time to go from. Why would a flight that is coming from the southwest not fly towards San Diego or Los Angeles, but fly northwest?
Please give me a screenshot of any.
It's the PDF that I posted. I don't know if it's still in the channel, but
No, I'm not talking about the PDF.
Well, everything that's in the video is in that PDF. It's literally just covering
okay.
the video.
Well, I can read the PDF. I can still download the PDF. Can you send me the PDF?
It's in the side channel chat.
Where?
Is that video also on Rumble, perhaps?
PDF.
Whoops.
Where is the PDF?
I sent it to you, buddy.
Okay, I see it now. I successfully ignored it. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
What?
I'm downloading it.
It is a direct line. San Diego's much lower. Okay, that's stupid.
Okay. There's the Gleason's map. Good to see. Okay. Page 18. The precisely thing that I am talking about. I'm sorry, I will be rude right now. A dumbass draw the straight lines from Los Angeles to Sydney and from Los Angeles to Rio de Janeiro, which is absolutely idiotic and incorrect. You can't draw straight lines over the image of the globe. It's stupid as fuck. And the author of this document is an idiot.
West. West.
Okay. And on the next page, again, we see straight lines on the Mercator map, as I had mentioned.
Did he just lie?
Straight lines on the Mercator map don't work. Okay, maybe on that particular projection may work, but it has the same picture of the globe with the straight lines over those areas.
Can you just show us how the emergency landing would make sense on a globe? Pick one, map it out the way that you think it should work, and say, look, here, it does make sense on a globe.
I'm reviewing one now.
Okay, if you're asking me, let me try to show you.
So I'm asking you because you're the one that's against it, right? Calling people stupid and idiots and things like that, right?
Yeah, I know.
So it shouldn't take you long to just, draw it out, post the image in the chat, and show how it should work on a globe and how he's wrong.
I'm sharing my screen. Can you see it?
The southwest. 95 towards
Can you see my screen share? I'm sharing my screen, the PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you see my cursor moving?
Yes.
Okay. So this is page 18, and I understand that the author of this document implies that this line is the supposed direction of the flight of the airplane, right? But
yes.
he is absolutely stupid. It's absolutely wrong because it's not.
No. We get your complaint about it. You don't have to keep making that same point again. Okay, so they should be curved lines, right? So draw the curved lines out, right? Screenshot it, draw out the curved lines, and then show us how the emergency landing does actually make sense on a globe.
No. What I'm saying, the author of this document is a dumb ass. He draws straight lines.
But is the conclusion wrong?
His conclusion is wrong. That's what I'm saying. You must pay attention.
Can you correct it and show that the emergency landing would work just fine on a globe?
Okay. On this image, the direction of the flight should be like this in a curved line, because it is a globe.
Can you work out the level of curvature that the line should have, and then just draw it out and then present it to us, and show us how the emergency landing would work just fine on a globe? Can you do that?
I can't do it at the moment with precision, because it's just my...
Can you make it roughly correct?
I don't have to, because my goal is to show that the author of this document is a dumb ass. He's a liar and an idiot. That's what I'm telling you.
Maybe he just made a mistake. Maybe he's not lying.
No. He didn't just make a mistake like anyone, any of us can do. He is a deliberately dishonest liar.
So Mike, are you saying
he draws direct lines over the image of the globe, which is inappropriate? So that's my whole point. So what is your question?
My question is, should this emergency landing work just fine on a globe or not?
Probably. We can.
Okay, so do you have any evidence of that? Are you able to show us? Are you able to correct it for us?
Okay, we should look into the details. So, can anyone point me to the again? So he drew the direct line, which is again erroneous. This is not how the straight line on the globe would look like. It would be like this. You see, like this on the globe.
I agree.
He just drew. This dumb ass.
No, we get that. We already get that. You just keep. So don't have to keep repeating that.
Okay.
Just show us how the emergency landing should work on a globe.
So the Alaska would be right here, and that's how the route of the airplane would be on the globe, not in a straight line over the image of the globe.
Keep repeating that. It shouldn't be a straight line.
Okay,
got it.
So there is no contradiction with the globe geometry. So,
are you able to, like, I'm on my phone, so I can't do it right now. I can check in a minute, but maybe you could look up that flight path and like, maybe it's mapped out on a globe and you can just show us how much of an arc there should be. I'd do it, but I can't just at the second.
I can't do it with a PDF document. I am not a mathematician, and
right, but you have Google, right? Like a search engine. You can look up the flight path, type it in.
Do I have to? I am not paid to do this. It's too much.
You've been here
work.
all day. This is like you told us you have an emotional attachment to this, right?
Yep.
So you made a claim that this guy's so stupid, so you should be able to show us that it works on a globe, and then, it would be a big win for you, wouldn't it, Mike? You would be like super happy.
No, it's up to me. It's up to me to decide whether I want.
It's it's up to you. I'm just making a suggestion. I don't really care if you do it.
Thank you for allowing me.
You're welcome, bro. You are more than welcome, my friend. Anytime.
Okay. So I'm telling you that I'm pointing with my cursor like this. That it should be like so, and the airplane would be, the better place to go would be here or here. I don't know. The point is that this straight line is a straw man. The word you all like. It's a misguiding, misinformation.
And
so
like
please
your
remember
model,
that.
right?
What? What about model?
Like you're a straw man, like what you did with your model.
Oh, shut up, stupid person.
But that was what he said earlier today. I said it's a straw man, and then they don't want to talk to me anymore.
When you create,
it's what
when you create,
it's what science does, and it's what they think it does.
You're roboting. You're roboting. I can't hear anything. When you create a perfect flat Earth model, then you will have the right to accuse me of straw manning you. Until then, shut up.
So you can just make a straw man model, and because I don't have a straw man model, I don't have a model to replace your straw man model with. Therefore, your straw man model is correct. That's ridiculous. That's the dumbest logic ever.
No. You have to debunk my model to prove that it is a straw man. Otherwise, it's just new words against mine.
You have a positive claim. You have a positive claim. So you have to prove your positive claim. Yeah, prove your positive claim.
I have proven it with my model. I have created my model, and
no, your model is not proof of anything. Your model is a reification fallacy. That's another fallacy. You see, there's many fallacies. There's not just the straw man. So
you have to prove that it is a fallacy.
No, we don't. You haven't proven anything yet. We could just dismiss it because you have no evidence. You've just provided a straw man model, and we don't have to do anything.
Okay. Do you want me to prove my model for you?
No, what I want you to do is show me where you got the values in reality to create your model.
I can do that. I can do that.
Okay.
So
show me the observations and the measurements.
Are we done with the flat emergency landings? Are we done with those fake documents?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have anything to do with that. So where's your values and your measurements in reality?
No. Are we done with the float, with the emergency landings?
I don't know. Are you done with it? I didn't bring it up. Are you done with it?
I think I'm done.
Great. So let's move forward. I want to see the measurements and observations that you took to create your model.
Okay,
man. See, this is hard. Like, you can't just look at the pictures because the pictures aren't the like actual thing that the person's talking about. This is like their thoughts on it. So, like, if you look at the initial one that you were talking about, the Rio to what was it, Sydney? That initial picture, I think, on page 18. That's not what like actually happened. He like that's his memory of what happened, and he couldn't find the flight because the airline didn't exist anymore. And then he mentions, well, could it have been this other one, which is from Rio to Los Angeles to Japan, which you can prove is like that's a perfectly normal flight.
Okay, while deciding whether we are done with emergency landings, I'm going to the toilet to take a leak. Just bear with me for 2 minutes.
Make sure you mute up, Mike. Please.
I can deal with that. I'll mute Mike just for now.
Hello, Flurfers.
Hi.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Hello, Globetards.
Is that a slur?
Yeah.
Why not just say Globers?
Because that's incoherent.
Huh?
Because that would be incoherent.
What does that mean?
Lacking coherency.
using the word to describe a word.
Insta spiral.
Who?
You. Hey, Flurfers. Oh, why don't you say flat earthers, guy?
Why are you spiraling on me?
You with the spiral.
Oh,
you said.
You just spiraled on me for no reason, pal.
You're spiraling.
No, you're spiraling.
Sounds like you're projecting.
No, I was repeating you. I was doing an impersonation of you.
You were spiraling.
No, that was you.
No, it was you.
Oh, but I was repeating your words. You said, hey, Flurfers, right?
I did.
Hello? Okay, why not say flat earthers?
It's the same thing.
Since you're so upset about glurfs and globetard and oblique spheroid enthusiasts.
You're clearly upset right now.
No, I hate to break it to you, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, God, we just get rid of this prick.
Yeah, stop pinching your nose when you speak, please.
Yeah, you're spiraling.
Are you going to cry when you get kicked out of the server?
Why would he ever cry about flurfs? He thinks he's a babas.
Because they're big meanies.
You want to try again?
I just went ahead and bounced him because it seems like he just wants to be about feelings and then talk shit about nothing regarding the topic. So sorry, had to ruin your fun.
And you beat me to it. That was the only fun that you ruined. I wanted to get rid of him first. Let's see if Russian Mike's back. No, he's left.
no, he hasn't left. He's down there. He just has some background noise, Russian mic, so I muted you whilst you were away from your computer. That's all.
Yep. I heard people talking about feelings. What's wrong about having feelings? I am very emotional. What's wrong about that? I believe it's a very human thing to do, to have feelings.
Mike, is this 24/7 feelings channel?
Yeah, I think the main point is that you shouldn't let your feelings dictate what the truth is. The truth is the truth without how you feel about it.
But I have my human right to express my feelings, don't I?
Not in here, you don't.
Yeah,
definitely not. No, you don't.
What you do have. Sorry, Mike. That's good. What you do have here is the freedom and right to demonstrate that you can prove that there's curvature to the Earth. You've got the right to do that.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, somebody asked me to demonstrate my flat Earth model.
Okay.
Am I wrong? I can do that. I'm very eager to do that.
Okay.
No, that's not what I asked you to do, Mike. I asked you to give me the observations and the measurements that you used to create it.
Well,
yeah, that's right.
Okay. We can talk about it, but still, can I share my screen to show you my model?
No, firstly, show us you've measured the Earth to be flat. First, show us that.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You will hear this phrase.
Not interested in the model. We want you to prove the model exists as some kind of representation of reality. So if you're saying it's flat, give me the measurements of flat Earth, dude.
Okay. We can talk about it. We are all fellow scientists here, aren't we?
Right.
Fellow scientists.
All of a sudden, we've jumped into some category error. I want you to look at the surface of the fucking Earth, not doing an experiment that proves a cause and effect relationship. The hell?
Aren't you my fellow scientist, my friends?
When I'm measuring the Earth, I'm not. Which is what we're doing. Hopefully, you're going to show that the surface of the Earth measures in some way or another. That wouldn't be science. Yeah, that's brilliant. Thanks, mate. But that wouldn't be science, though, Russian Mike.
Okay, so again, I will ask again. Anyone interested? Don't say for everybody else. Anyone interested in my presentation of the flat Earth model that I created?
No, we want the values and where they came from in reality. Very simple.
But do you understand how mathematics works?
So in mathematics, when you have 9 apples, you don't count 9 apples?
Oh, okay. So I will try to do it again for people who are new to this topic. So this map, which is called
azimuthal equidistant. You don't even know what your own map is called.
My English is not my first language. Did you not notice that I can't pronounce equidistant? You know, I can challenge you to say kaleidoscope. Say it now.
Kaleidoscope?
Okay.
Yeah, it is hard to
You
say.
want to be our latex salesman.
Okay. It was weak shot.
I love that episode.
Yep.
It is hard to say. Just call it an AE map, but you do know it's just a projection from the globe.
Okay, so this is the mathematical virtual. Please remember that. It is not the representation of the reality as you like.
Okay.
It is the virtual simulation of how a flat Earth, not the flat Earth, but a flat Earth might look like.
So it's a straw man. It's just an imagination that you come up with.
No, it's the wrong usage of the word straw man. I'm not straw manning anything.
So is this anybody else's model besides yours?
Let's discuss this like on the shore, like before we continue. I am not straw manning anyone or anything. Okay.
I just asked you a question. Is this anybody's model but yours?
Блядь. I'm not straw manning anyone or not anything. I'm trying.
That's not the question. That's not the question. Answer the bloody question, damn it.
It's my model. Yes, it is my model.
It's your model. Okay.
It's my
Why are you presenting this?
I would like to see your point of view. What do you think?
I think your point of view, it's a reification. That's what I think it is. And I think if you're going to say that your model doesn't work, I think you've created a straw man to burn and say, see how things don't work on a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you're trying to accuse me of creating a straw man. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay. No problem.
My intentions are pure. I'm trying to recreate a flat Earth model with the disk. You know, this is Antarctica. These are the continents. Why what?
All right. Why are you doing that?
Блядь. Ты что такой тупой, блядь? Because I want to.
Okay, why are you bringing in a flat Earth model in here? I'm just confused. This is not what the. Remember when we talked about this earlier? Why did you do that?
Why?
No, I'm not confused. I'm getting clarity, right? So I'm not really confused. I'm just curious. Why did you create a flat Earth model based on nothing in reality?
Why did I create it? Because I am too involved in this subject. I'm so eager to see if the Earth could be flat. And that's why I'm doing this. I'm an enthusiast.
No, you go and measure the Earth to prove that the Earth is flat. Models come after measurement. So if you measured the Earth to be flat, then you'll figure out if it's flat or not.
Okay.
What's your let's go back to your model. What's your model good for?
Okay. Once again, we have the legitimate official flat Earth model.
Who?
Which is called the Gleason's map.
No, it's not.
It's not. That's what you say.
Stop trying to build a
but that's what. Okay. Let's agree.
This is why you don't learn.
Okay, maybe on your server, on this voice channel, you don't believe that this is the flat Earth map. You don't believe it, but let's assume that I believe it, and that's what I hear from flat earthers. I have heard flat earthers say that. Can we agree once and for all that we will not argue about it?
It was your model just a moment ago when you were asked about it. Now this is the widely accepted flat Earth model that we're going to assume. So you are trying to build a straw man. It was your model just a moment ago. Now it's everybody's model. Which side of your mouth are you talking out of?
Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Are you going to answer anything?
Okay, I hope I will not be. I hope I will not be blocked.
I think he's trying to get our opinion on this because he's.
Can I ask people not to bring up the map question or controversy again, because it is the official flat Earth map. If we disagree on that, then I'm done and we finish the presentation.
It's the official global war map.
We disagree.
You disagree, so you don't. So you're not interested in my presentation, and I should wrap it up. And, so you're not interested in me.
Not interested in models, unless you can tell me what this one is good for. I want you to prove that the Earth is flat. You would need to.
I'm not going to answer your ridiculous, stupid, absurd question.
Bye, Russian Mike. You had your chance. Have you seriously been putting up with this guy for the last 4, 5, 6 hours? You can talk to me.
There should be a flat Earth map. There should be a map. Flat Earth. Can we agree on that?
There are lots of maps, dude.
Oh, okay. Why are we still arguing about the Gleason's map being the best map for flat Earth?
Do you know that you have to make corrections for this map?
What corrections?
Like all corrections to all maps. Because they're
what corrections?
Hold on. Because they're projections. That's the AE bit. Azimuthal, equidistant. That means something, so you're going to have to correct for it. This isn't a true representation of the fucking floor. Fucking day 101 would have taught you that.
Okay, can you correct me? Can you give me the better map to use in my presentation? You can't, so shut up.
No, what I can do is take a great big steamy shit.
If you can't,
excuse me.
If you can, please help. Please give me the map. Give me the map.
No, what I can do, Mike, is take a big shit on your straw man.
What straw man? What?
The AE map that you're saying is a true representation of the floor. When built into the projection map, you have to take corrections because it is not a true representation of the fucking floor, you idiot, like I just pointed out, which you're not going to listen to. You fucking idiot.
I'm not trying to build a straw man. This is the best of the flat Earth that you have. Give me the best, the better representation of flat Earth. If you can, give it to me. If you can't, shut up.
What's your
Russian Mike.
Да вы долбоебы, сука, вы тупые, блядь.
Listen, are you talking about this map because you've heard other flat earthers say this is the map?
Какие же вы тупые, ебанутые, блядь, дебилы.
I'll let him.
Russian Mike, you listen.
I'll let him get that out behind a quiet mic, and then you can speak to him as long as he speaks English. Calms the fuck down. Stop trying to build straw man.
That's what I'm saying. You are trolls.
Get your feelings out, Mike. And when you've got rid of your feelings, we'll get down to what you can actually practically demonstrate. Expected better of the Russians. I thought they were more mad.
Can I demonstrate? Can I demonstrate without being interrupted and trolled?
Yeah, but are you demonstrating this because you've heard other flat earthers say this is the
Can I be free to demonstrate what I have created and then ask questions?
Are you presenting this map because you've heard other flat earthers say this is the map?
Okay. I heard other flat earthers say that this is the flat earth map. So what's your point?
I don't think anyone here claims that's the map. So presenting it here is pointless. None of us go by that.
Okay. Who is saying this?
What do you guys go by?
Not this.
Okay. I would like to hear three. I would like to hear three flat earthers.
That's not presentation of the flat Earth.
I would like to hear three people in this
I'm the
voice
second
channel.
one. This is not the presentation of the flat Earth. That map.
Okay. Either I go on without being interrupted, or three flat earthers tell me that what I'm doing is straw man and it's not the flat earth map. Straw man. Please tell me.
It's a straw man. That's one.
This is a straw man, and it's not a flat Earth map.
Okay, 2.
No, and me as well. So 3. Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you
asked for it. Okay. So you're not.
Nobody asked for that. Who asked for it?
Did you get 3 of them?
You got 5.
Okay. And now what?
Don't know. He's still upset.
Because you are
Mike, what now?
So,
we said that we are not claiming that map. And what now?
Well, forget the map. I was just looking at the PDF, or not the PDF, but
you
the whole
stay
16.
ignorant. You stay ignorant and
all right, Mike,
without my brilliant ideas.
Sure, Mike. So I was just looking at all the 16 emergency landings, and I'm struggling to find any of them that are like, wow, that makes flat Earth seem obvious.
Who made that claim?
Far down.
Who made that claim?
One of the mods in here. I can't remember who said it.
Someone said 16 emergency landings made the flat Earth look obvious.
No, he was pointing to that video in the book to basically disprove the globe Earth, I guess.
No, not at all. Where'd you get that from?
Does flat Earth saying something about the surface? Does flat Earth saying something about the surface?
What?
Does flat Earth saying something about the surface of the Earth?
Does flat Earth say something about the surface of the Earth?
Yeah.
That it's
flat.
What
is Earth saying about the surface of the Earth?
That it's flat? What does that have to do with what I was saying?
Why they are saying it's flat? Why they are saying the surface is flat?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I was just looking into something a flat earther presented,
I don't understand why they're saying the surface
the
is
source
flat.
just seemed really dumb. In 40 pages, you couldn't find a single one that made any sense.
Excuse me, that's not what he was talking about. Him and Mike were talking about the azimuth electrolysis projection. You've turned it into something totally different, essentially a straw man. But as Sasha's trying to point out, our argument is about the surface of the Earth, not projections or maps.
Okay, hold on. I think he was talking about an earlier conversation that was going on with the emergency landings of the airplanes. I think he was trying to bring it back to that. And he says, I think his conclusion was like, wow, that makes the flat Earth looks obvious. In other words, they don't make sense on the globe. Was that what you're trying to do?
Well, yeah, I was trying to go through it, look at each one, and say, hey, does this make sense on a globe versus, you know, what did they use? The Gleason flat Earth map is the one that this person in this book is using.
Which surface makes sense on the globe? Which kind of surface?
I really can't understand this guy. Whatever.
Which kind of surface has a sense on the globe?
But yeah, if you go through the book, everyone makes sense on a
kind
globe.
Of surface
on the book.
Can you answer this simple question? Which kind of surface have sense on the globe?
I'm sorry, my guy. You're gonna have to improve your English.
Its curved surface have sense on the globe. Is that correct? I will help you.
Nothing you're saying is correct. It is radically broken English.
Does curved surface have a sense on the globe?
Just saying it louder is not helping.
Okay. Does the curved surface has sense to globe?
Does a curved surface make sense for the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a requirement of a globe, right?
Okay, so where's the curved surface at? You got there. Good job. Everybody else could understand it but you, even with the broken English. So, where's the curvature of the
Nobody
Earth?
hop in if you understood what he was saying.
Drop over.
It's pretty easy.
You thought his broken English was easy to understand?
Yeah, it was stupid. Like it was easy, dude. Silly easy.
Just woke up for him.
He's literally asking for drop distance.
I'm trying to let the slow kids in the back, show that they can understand. You finally got it. So, where's the Earth curvature?
What's
That's
that?
not the point that I was on.
Okay, well, the point that we're on now is Earth curve, since maps don't prove anything anyway.
Yeah, but don't flat earthers say like nothing proves nothing?
No, we don't actually like to be stereotyped and then, ad hommed at the same time.
We said that curved surface for sure
do the
proves
same thing for
the
Globers.
sphere. The curved surface.
So I'm asking you.
Sorry.
Where's the curvature that Sasha is asking for? Since you said sort of necessitates it, where's the Earth curvature in reality that we can measure?
Well, what would be sufficient evidence for you? Because I feel like if I bring up one thing, you're gonna say, "Oh,
it's very sufficient." The very specific thing that I just asked for.
Yeah,
measured.
I'm trying to tell you my answer. I'm trying to tell you that if I mention, okay, if you don't want to listen,
what evidence were you shown? What measurements were you given that convinced you?
I mean, just recently. I mean, it's an old video, but I would watch the David Weiss versus Professor Dave video, and that was a stomping.
Are you saying that nobody measured there before the Professor Dave?
Sasha, hold on, Sasha. What measurement of curvature did Professor Dave present?
I don't know about measurement of curvature. It was just an argument for a number of different flat Earth points, whether you guys believe it or not.
But you just said that the globe had to have curvature.
No, I said that a globe, yes, would require some kind of curvature.
Yeah, so a globe has to have curvature, yeah.
I didn't say the globe, I said a globe.
Wait, so what's the difference?
The difference is I wasn't talking about any specific point because I wasn't making any specific point.
The disciples of Unprofessor Dave are lost.
So you're saying you don't...
I don't like Professor Dave either. I think he's an asshole, but it was certainly a stomping on this video.
Define stomping.
It doesn't sound like it.
I'll define it. If you believe anything that David Weiss says, you're an idiot as well. Just because of this video. It was that bad.
You're not. It doesn't sound like a stomping, because if it was a stomping, he would have provided evidence of the Earth's curvature, but you just said he didn't.
Well, no, in this video, it's actually like a more good faith take where two people who have different models go up against each other, not just one person saying no to somebody else's attempt
your
at a model.
Requires curvature, right? Yes? No? The globe model requires curvature of the surface? No?
I think Senior Savior got stomped.
Yeah, I think you need to watch that debate again, because at one point, now the professor, or YouTube Professor Dave, concedes that you do not see the curvature of the Earth from ground level, and was stunned.
Which point?
Now that your YouTube professor, he's not a real professor. He's a YouTube professor. It's just a moniker.
I know.
Okay, so he at some point, Dave Weiss, he's not a flat earther. He's a true earther.
Do you remember which point?
Yeah, the actual. Well, if you've watched it multiple times,
I didn't say I watched it multiple times.
This is a deflection, though, because the point he was asked about was the curvature, because he said he agreed that's required on the globe model.
Yeah, then now the Professor Dave says you do not see the curvature.
Yeah, well, I'd have to go to that specific point, because at multiple points, it sounds like, say, Professor Dave is agreeing with the other person or accepting something or conceding something. And then immediately after that, he immediately gives an explanation of why what he's saying makes sense.
But you're deflecting.
So just like a snippet quote about something he said is not enough. It'd be easier if we could just go to like that point and understand.
Making up excuses as you go isn't stomping, Senor.
I didn't think it was.
That's what you just explained he did.
You still need the curvature that has been outstanding. This is what says who was asking for. And you've just deflected onto.
So take for example, at one point, David Weiss talks about there being a 14-mile bulge of water. Rightfully, Dave was like, no, that is not the case. At another point, he says, oh, you're talking about the bulge of the Earth. Yes, that exists. And then again, Dave Weiss takes it completely incorrectly, as if it's a bulge of water rather than Earth.
Perfect. So where is this bulge of water that we can measure?
Well, that's the whole point. David Weiss thought it was a bulge of water. It's not.
Okay, where's the
bulge? So there's no bulge. There's no curve of water then.
No, if you listen to the words I'm saying, there is a bulge at the equator about 27 miles.
Okay, so who's measured the curve of that water?
David Weiss thought this bulge was water, like 14 miles on each side of the Earth.
No one's measured the curvature then.
That's my cue to go, guys.
Later.
Flamed out.
No, muted up.
So when it comes to actually providing evidence for your claim of curvature, you just...
Yeah, I can't do that while muted, sorry.
You're not muted.
You're still here.
I
we
did
hear
get muted.
You
guys can circle jerk if you want to.
Oh,
but if you're gonna mute
the bricks or not? Because I feel like I'm going to get muted. I'm probably going to mute you again. You just want to hit the bricks? You want to cry? Or what are you going to do, senor?
He learned to cry and whine from the best on Professor Dave.
Yeah. So Professor Dave doesn't have any curvature. Senor doesn't have any curvature. You know, Flat Earth Dave doesn't have any curvature. There's no curvature to be measured in reality. Senor wants to cry because he got muted, because he won't shut the fuck up. So, no globe then. Perfect.
Moment of silence.
Put my fingers in my ears. No, I'm right. Okay.
Yeah, so... Pretty much.
No, that's always
exactly
happening.
What you guys are doing, it's cute.
That's always happening with everyone. You're not the first one who are closing the ear.
You're not muted, bro. Don't use the excuse of I can't talk, I'm muted.
I got muted, quite obviously.
You're unmuted right now.
Quite obviously not. We hear you.
It's not a good excuse when you're not muted just to say I can't answer the question because I got muted 20 seconds ago. You're not muted, so answer the question.
I already have. I've already given my statements, and then I get muted if I
the curvature?
say something you don't like.
He said that there is a bulge on the equator. That means if you don't believe there is a bulge on the equator, you cannot speak anymore. If there is a bulge on the equator, that there is fact. There is nothing to talk.
Why are you trying to act like you told us who measured the curvature when you didn't even try?
Yeah, I'm not going down your little preconceived little monologues that you can have in a conversation.
Well, listen, every argument.
Guys, we're just gonna mute everybody that comes in and doesn't follow our pre-created model.
It's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. Every argument that you're trying to make assumes curvature. We're just asking you to verify that assumption, and you're spiraling out. It's pretty much saying you can't do it.
Nope, just got muted again. Surprise.
Yeah, so that's a good excuse for you not to answer.
I think it's good proof that you guys
run away.
I'm starting to think this is Professor Dave. The tears being shed are equal. Boo-hoo!
Which can be dismissed because you don't have any evidence for it.
You wouldn't know. I get muted too much.
He's not going to fall into that trap, where we just ask for the evidence of the Earth being a ball. He's not going to fall for that.
No, I fall for the get muted trap.
Do you have? I mean, do
you want to be muted? Is that kind of what you're going for? Is that your win? When you get muted, does that mean you win?
Conversation, but
okay,
absolutely. You just repeatedly mute somebody.
Conversation is about the Earth, not about your feelings and boohooing and about muting and all that stuff. So all we need is the measurements of the curvature of the Earth, and that would be a really big help because we haven't had it yet. Not even by Professor Dave. Do you have it?
Ears are deep in his ears.
Okay,
fingers are deep in his ears.
Okay, so try anyway.
Don't hear shit, does he?
See, right now, what you proved is that somebody else has full control over you. You just point at that person over there. That one person out of what? Do we got 30 people in here or something? I'm not even sure. There's a couple, like 2 dozen people here.
Nobody else is saying, "Hey, don't mute that guy. Let him say so."
One person seems to have their finger in their ears. And that causes you to lose all higher brain function. You can't
prevents me from saying anything. But
then say it. Say it right now. One person,
and I've been getting muted.
One person not listening. One person not listening shouldn't cause anything.
That's really stomping me out.
Okay, one person not listening.
Sure, you're proving it to everybody.
It should have no effect on
the guys. They'll believe it.
Say it right now. Say it.
He's short-circuiting just like Professor Dave.
Doing what he's accusing other people of doing. He's the one with his fingers in his ears being a little.
It's the funding meeting.
Yeah. Because he can't tell us what evidence he has for his curvature assumption, but all his other assumptions are built on. So he's spouting out.
Now he looks like an idiot for saying that he's been muted. He's got the stage.
He's like dumbfounded. It's like, imagine if you went through life like that. Like you're just walking around and someone else, someplace, just stopped walking and sat down. And then that caused you to sit down too. And you're like, why? Why would that? Some random person who has nothing to do with you just did something. How does that affect what you're doing? Like, how does somebody plug in their ears actually plug your mouth?
Weak. He says he wants a conversation, but he just continually dodges any mention of the curvature that he needs to argue for his ball.
Is he even
Is that
still
what
here?
getting muted is?
Oh, there we go. Hey, dude, don't worry about muted. Right now you're talking. Do you have anything to say for the globe at all?
Just because I'm right now talking doesn't mean I be able to say what I want to say.
Right now, go ahead. Right now, the floor is yours. If you get muted, I'm tabbed in. Okay. If I see your mic go red, I'll instantly unread it. Go ahead. Go and bingo.
What are you asking?
For fuck's sake, say anything to justify your belief in the Baltard.
I had posted earlier. It keeps getting removed, but I was posting the photos of the, shadow on a cloud. How that doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth.
Okay, so that's not the globe then. Anything on the globe? What do you?
Yeah, that is a globe.
Okay, show that. Let's show it again. Let's see it.
Oh goodness. Is it like a link I have to post? Why does my clipboard keep turning off? This shit. How long ago was this? Let me just look it up again.
Sorry, where's the Earth curve in that sunset?
He's saying the clouds are curved, right?
Yeah, I'm waiting to see the photo here because this will be really good if you can find it. It might. His dog maybe ate his homework.
The curvature's in the clouds, he's saying. Curved clouds.
There's one.
Okay, so this right here, you get to a globe how?
Well, the idea is that you have two options for what you're seeing. Either the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe, right? In the circumstance where the Earth is flat and you see this occurring, that means that the light source is lower than the mountain for it to cast a shadow onto the clouds.
So the light source is the Earth.
Excuse me? The light source is obviously the sun, buddy.
The sun. Okay, so this is about the sun or the Earth?
This is about the shape of the Earth.
The shape of the Earth. Okay, so where's the shape of the Earth here?
So the idea, like I just said, for the flat Earth, that's the case. But for a globe Earth, which curves around a surface, and you can get the angle of the rays can get very close to the edge of the Earth on the globe Earth, which is, rotating and going away from it. You can get this. You can have a case where the source of the light is actually below the horizon, below the ground, basically, that shoots upwards and causes a shadow onto the clouds. You can't have that on a flat Earth. Or I guess you could, but the light source would have to be near to the ground.
Okay, let's see that curve then.
What do you mean? Let's see that curve.
Where's the curve at? So this would be your observation. Hey, I wonder if this is possible on a globetard. Okay, so the globetard would have curve because this is you're saying, hey, you got the hypothesis. The light source must be dropping around a curve. Okay, so where's that curve at?
I don't know what you're asking. I'm just telling you
where's the curve
proof
that
I was given or I'd found that made me get pushed towards globe over the flat Earth.
Given.
Isn't it great how when affirming the consequent? Yeah.
when they try and say that this.
Well, I mean, my initially came from Flat Earth server getting it there, and then them trying to argue against it, and then I just looked up some better photos to prove it a little bit better.
Don't try and pretend this cloud image is your evidence. You just believe NASA.
I mean, explain that on a Flat Earth.
Hold on a second. This is your claim. So you're affirming the consequent formological fallacy. If globe, then light under clouds. Light under clouds, therefore globe. Okay, so you've affirmed the consequent. Somebody gave you a bad argument, and you're here peddling it. You don't realize that it's logically inconsistent. We get it.
I mean, if you think it's logically inconsistent, you can explain to everybody why.
I just did. It's an affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
Okay.
So is this the best thing you have?
Sorry, brother. Times in Globeland when this is the go-to proof.
So, Senor, question for you then. I just posted up a picture of Killian at 53 after the hour. How would you explain that observation with the clouds? If in fact
the shadow of Mount Rainier?
No, just the sun with some crowds. My gosh, clouds in the sky.
Okay.
Just
what about that?
Overless. So, how would you explain that if you didn't have a local sun?
What needs to be explained here?
The different faces of the clouds presenting different light spots. So you have the underbelly of the clouds, deep dark gray. Then you have the faces of the clouds, a light gray. I'm just wondering how all these different, you mentioned clouds, you brought in your clouds, I'm bringing in my clouds for observation. I want an answer from you as well. Like, how is this possible if what you're claiming is true?
I don't think I fully follow. I see the light clouds, which I would assume would be the top of the clouds. And then I see the bottom of the clouds, which are, blocked by clouds that are above those clouds, have less light on them.
Okay, where's the Earth in this?
Are we answering dumb questions?
Yeah, where's the Earth in this right here? Where are you looking at? You want to know what the surface?
I say we because I obviously will not be.
Yeah, so where is the surface of the Earth in this?
Sorry, crit for me?
Yeah, where do you see it? And
I mean, right now the horizon is comprised of the top of a building in the forefront and the foreground, and then when you zoom in and look past that, you'll see that the floor is essentially made of undulations. You've got topography, if you will, and then you have the sky meeting the ground.
Sounds good. Something different there, reverse?
Excuse me?
What do you see there?
Well, what I just said. I see clouds, which are, I would assume on top, quite lit up. And then I see clouds underneath said clouds, which, have more material above them, which are not as lit up. And then I see the ground, which is even darker than that, apparently.
And the ground is curved or flat?
I mean, I would imagine it's multi-terrain, as most ground is.
Yeah, curved like a globe, or curved like terrain.
Do you know how terrain looks? Because I just said like terrain.
Yeah. So is it match the curve of the Earth, or is it not that?
I wouldn't be able to tell on this photo.
Okay, so where's the photo you are using to show that?
I already posted it above, but this is something else. This is somebody else's photo.
It's funny, Senor. You concede that Unprofessor Dave is a scumbag, yet you argue just like him.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Do you have any photos that you won't be affirming the consequent with? I'm just curious. Asking for a friend.
Don't really know what you mean by that.
Well, like in this photo and the argument that you just made by affirming the consequent, like I pointed out and explained, but you apparently just ignored. Put your fingers in your ears, maybe. Do you have any other photos that actually prove that you have Earth curve anywhere, or are you just going to affirm the consequent all the time?
I don't think it proves anything, but I give proof towards with that photo that I posted.
It proves that you can affirm the consequent with a photo. I totally
don't
agree.
understand what that means. I do not follow you.
Okay. Well, if you don't know what affirming the consequent means, maybe you should just go ahead and take a time out, go read up on it, and then see where your flaw in logic is as applied to this photo.
So do your work for you. I get it.
No, I know what it is. You don't know what it is. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay.
Is my job to go ahead and point out to you time after time after time what an affirming the consequent is, and then you just ignore it and then keep asking what is it?
Yeah, that's how a debate works. You try to prove the other.
Okay, so I already did. You didn't listen. Like you stuck your fingers in your ears like you would do now. You fundy mute. You don't listen. What did I say about it? What did I say?
You said I was affirming the consequent.
And how did I explain how you were doing that? Because I gave a very specific, spiel about it.
I'm not sure you connected.
Yeah, you weren't listening, were you? You weren't listening, were you?
Didn't understand.
Okay, so what did I say? What did I say?
I couldn't follow. I didn't understand what you were saying.
You don't understand that so it's a formological fallacy. So if P then Q, Q therefore P. That is the actual, structure of affirming the consequent in form. So if the Earth's a globe, then there will be light underneath the clouds. Light underneath the clouds, therefore globe. It's affirming the consequent. It's a formological fallacy. You've committed a fallacy in concert with this photograph. It's logically inconsistent. Try again.
But that's not what I was doing. I said if you you don't have to ask that. I'm already saying it. If you see what you see in this photo, it seems you have two options. Either the Earth is flat or the Earth is a globe. In the case that the Earth is flat, it doesn't seem to make any sense. In the case that the Earth is a globe, it seems to make sense. Thus, this gives more proof towards a globe Earth than a flat Earth.
Right. So if the Earth's a globe, you'll have light under the clouds, right? Because it can't happen on a flat Earth, as you say.
I see that you're trying to force it into your little fallacy.
No. I'm asking you. You don't think this can happen on a flat Earth, correct?
Largely no. I'm sure there's some.
Largely no? Do you want to stand on anything? Or you just want to say largely no? Hey, what would necessitate a flat Earth? Would there be curvature or no curvature?
No curvature, buddy.
Okay, great. So then a globe would necessitate curvature like we talked about earlier, and that's the thing you kind of ran away from. So what you did is escape into this little escape hatch right here where you can affirm the consequent, where you go, well, on a flat Earth, in your mind, this can't work, right? Right?
I just told you why that's not the case here, but if you disagree, you disagree.
No, I'm asking you.
I'm telling you. You don't.
Okay, so on a flat Earth, you think this cannot happen, right?
Like I said, largely no. I think there could be some circumstances that you guys would have to come up with on your own. But
why?
Yeah, I'm not going to prove your point for you, buddy.
Why? Why are you running away from these questions? Why can it not happen on a flat Earth?
Because he said so.
Right.
Magic.
Like I said, it would require the light source to be below the cloud.
Why?
I don't think any flat earther tends to make this assumption. If they actually made this assumption, then we'd be able to reach the light source.
Listen very well, Senor. You don't listen very well. I asked you, why would you say that flat Earth has this idea where apparently the sun's always above the clouds?
Didn't say that. Maybe if you
okay, so what flat Earth model are you strawmanning us with today?
I already gave it. Can you stop speaking and listen this time?
Where is the flat Earth model that you've already given?
Yeah.
Like I said, if it's a flat Earth, it will require the source to be below the cloud.
So, you have created a flat Earth that you can strawman today, haven't you?
I mean, unless you think that's not the case, and you can tell me why it's not.
I didn't make any claims about anything. I just want to know why you're strawmanning us with the flat Earth that you say this can't be possible on.
Well, if you don't disagree with me, then I don't think we have anything to talk about.
It's not a matter of disagreement or agreement. I'm asking you about the flat Earth model that you've decided to strawman us with today.
Yeah, where's the sun?
Guy's doing a killer job at making an argument.
I don't have to make an argument.
Clearly.
What's the sun in the flat Earth model? Where is it? No? Okay. Guess we can't talk about your idea of what flat Earth is then.
It's not what the conversation was about at this point.
What the sun is doing with regards to clouds and how it
That
wouldn't
was,
work.
yeah. I was asked to give you guys something that you think proves the globe Earth, and I said, hey, here's a proof.
It didn't
seems.
though. You walked away from it. You backed off that. So where's something else?
Well, no, my response to that was I don't think anything proves conclusively anything, but I think this gives proof towards.
So there's no proof in your worldview?
No, I said just that this gives proof towards. Why would you immediately after me saying that say what you just said? How does that make any sense?
I tried to hear you. There's two people talking. So I said, so does that mean there's no proof in your worldview? Yes or no?
No. I literally just said
So
this gives proof towards.
Proof?
Proof towards what?
The Earth being a globe rather than a flat Earth.
Because
that'd be evidence.
Did you say because? Did you not hear my entire points?
Yeah, you haven't got to the Earth part yet. You said clouds, sun. Where's the Earth part?
Here's another one of the argument styles. It's like, oh, if you're not talking about the fucking soil on the ground, then none of your proofs make sense.
Okay, how about this? It's very easy to say, if I want to know what the surface of the Earth is, would you use the surface of the Earth or something other than the surface of the Earth?
Could use many things.
Everything but ignore the actual surface of the Earth, though.
You don't need to ignore it, but if the evidence isn't there, it's not there. It's somewhere else.
So there's no evidence of the surface of the Earth from the surface
Didn't claim
of the
that
Earth.
either. You're making fallacies as well, quite obviously.
Where is your proof of the surface of the Earth?
I just posted it.
Which is the sky.
No, it's a shadow on clouds.
Yeah,
from a mountain.
With nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
It does. It comes from the mountain, which is on the surface of the Earth.
From the sun that's in the sky.
Yes.
Okay, so where is that curve at then?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of the Earth.
You keep trying to change the the points that I'm making into
Would you say that the coronavirus vaccines were fake because the coronavirus was?
Oh, here we go.
He did that
Where
earlier
people
today, too. He came in blurting TOS stuff.
Yeah, that should tell you you're not doing very well, Senor.
What should?
Well, see, Professor Dave, he creates his own shitstorms. You had to have someone come parachute in to distract from your, what would you call it? Trouncing or stomping?
No, I didn't say I was stomping anybody. I was asked to give a proof, and I gave a
No,
proof.
I know, but you're giving the same arguments that you thought stomped.
I haven't heard Professor Dave talk about this at all.
Well, he talks about things in the sky when we're trying to talk about the ground. Correct?
Your point?
Correct?
Correct, your point?
And that's what you're doing.
Your point?
Well, then maybe you should reevaluate if Unprofessor Dave actually stomped in the first place. Or if he just tap danced around and hurled insults and cried and whined like you do.
A very effective stomping. David Weiss would present something, and then he would explain it for David Weiss like he was a school child. And then he'd move on to a whole nother thing, which, wash and repeat. It was an absolute stomping.
And now Unprofessor Dave has run away from the topic with his tail between the legs.
Did he?
Your point?
I don't know anything of the recent stuff.
Have you not watched the version where Mindshock goes over all the logical fallacies throughout the whole debate and explains each one in detail? Around 300 logical fallacies in one debate.
One is even saying that it's better to use a fallacy than not knowing. If you don't know, it's not so good. It's better to use fallacy. Like that, you can find yourself more intelligent.
Did Flat Earth movement altogether just give up on like giving proofs against the globe? I think it's a fair question.
There's one at 4:00. There's one at 7 minutes past the hour. You look in the chat. It's called the Black Swan. So get wrecked.
I've heard of the Black Swan. This is not something new. I've been around Flat Earth for a while. 7 minutes past the hour.
You think you just have okay? So every time we go out and make practical demonstrations, you think you can say refraction like a blanket statement without knowing anything about the actual conditions that were taking place.
Who are you arguing against?
And that debunks it, right? What you think?
You talking to me or?
Yeah. Looking at you.
Did I say any of that? Or are you just arguing against some people that aren't here?
Oh no.
He asked you a question.
He said you do this, which is something I had never done. So I don't know if he was talking to me.
The answer is no. You don't chant refraction like a lunatic.
I mean, it wasn't phrased like a question, but if it was, then didn't know. But I will say, I already know about the Black Swan, and I mean the obvious one on this is you can see the left oiler is quite distorted, quite obviously because of refraction, has been reported.
Quite obviously.
And I will say, I mean, my time in Flat Earth, I think refraction.
Quite obviously, you're coping, homeboy.
Jesus Christ.
Your prayers are noted.
I think my time in Flat Earth, refraction was used.
Senor, can you tell us the reason for the oil rigs in the picture? What are they for? What do they represent?
Are you saying what the Black Swan is for or what an oiler is for?
What the oil rigs in the Black Swan, what is the purpose of them? Do we really care about the refraction? What's the purpose of them?
Oh, I think we do.
You know?
I absolutely think we do. The idea is that you should be able to see. I think you're not supposed to be able to see either one, but
he
certainly
won't
not the
answer
farther
the
one,
question.
right?
He just won't answer the question.
That's not correct.
How is that not an answer to the question?
That's not correct. You got no clue what you're talking about.
The significance of them. There's a significance.
I mean, that's the significance when I looked at it. Maybe it was something different.
The significance is the distance to them, right? And the distance to them in relation to apparent distance to the horizon.
Right.
It's all about the horizon.
I was correct when I assumed that you would just say refraction, right? No matter how many of these we show you, we'll just say refraction. I was correct.
But I didn't say refraction. I gave a full explanation and then I started talking about refraction.
Man, you are lost, bro. Professor Dave he's like a worm virus in your brain, bro.
Yep.
I just posted another black swan in the chat. No bendy cranes. What now?
Say that again?
Said I just posted another black swan in the chat.
Heard that part.
Right? No bendy cranes. No bendy cranes at all.
You don't see bendy cranes in this photo?
Do you see bendy cranes? I don't see
Absolutely.
bendy cranes.
Absolutely. Are you watching the same video as me?
Where is the water on that picture? Not the oil rig. Where is the ocean?
I don't know what you mean where the ocean is. But if you're looking at the video, you can quite clearly see the cranes in the background wobbling.
Yeah, but is it there an ocean on the picture?
I would imagine that's the ocean.
Do you see the ocean? Do you see the oil rigs in the ocean, or you see oil rigs on the mountain?
The fuck?
Do you see the ocean, the water, sea?
Yes.
Yes. Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Is that the real water?
Bro.
Yeah, I'm asking simple questions.
No, you're asking dumb questions. I can't keep answering dumb questions like that.
Yeah, okay, this is the real water. Okay, is that the surface of the earth?
Yes. What is your point? Can you just get to the point?
Is it curving to that point to the behind the oil rigs? Let's say 10 meters behind the oil rigs. Is it curving to that point?
I don't know what you mean by that. Is it curving?
There is a distance 10 miles. There should be a drop of 66 feet. But horizon is behind oil rigs. With that observation, the camera it's on 1 foot. It should that line horizon should to be on 1.22 miles, not on 10 miles and behind. That water you cannot see if Earth is size what they are claiming. And that surface of 10 miles it's flat, and you cannot have that 10 miles of flat surface on this ball, unfortunately. That's the problem. There is no refraction. There is real water there.
There's no refraction.
There is a real water you see with your eyes. That means nothing. No, there is no phenomena there. There is a surface what you see.
And so the posts of this oiler waving in the wind like an advertisement at a car dealership there's no refraction from that.
Yeah, nothing? That surface what you see, what exists, what is real, what is there, but that ocean should to be on 1.22 miles.
Yeah, why did you tell us that you weren't going to be a refraction chanter? Because that's all you've done.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did, bro.
No, I didn't. I said clearly you can see in these photos that they're refracted, and I think that the globe Earth gives refraction as an excuse for a lot of different things, but that doesn't mean refraction doesn't exist.
It exists influencing only the oil rigs, not the surface of the Earth in this case. That means the refraction didn't change anything with the surface, only the oil rigs. You understand?
What do you mean it didn't change anything with the surface? The surface isn't what's important. What you see is what's important when it comes to refraction.
Yeah, water is there. That water is there. It's real.
We don't care about the water or the surface underneath. It's not the point of refraction.
That's the point of the Earth. That is the surface, man. We are speaking about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, dear me.
It's literally the whole point of it being a black swan. Like, unreal, man.
Maybe my English is broken.
I mean, the point of a black swan is that it's like an exception out of the rule.
Of what?
And I hear the point. Rule? I understand the point. I'm just saying it's not right.
What rule?
What is for you, black swan? Sorry.
Well, the rule. The idea is that you're not supposed to see certain things at a certain distance.
Why?
And you're able to see certain things at a certain distance because of the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. But that's not what we see, is it? We don't see curvature of the Earth, do we?
Not in this. Well,
It would be an exception to the
Quite obviously, no.
It would be an exception to the belief that the Earth is a ball, but obviously we're just seeing as far as we can see.
I don't know which parts, like what's actually on these Oilers. I think if you look at the original Black Swan photo, you actually do see like a drop. You can see less of the Oiler than the first Oiler.
Where's the horizon?
Can the horizon be behind it?
Hold on. All right. So we're interested in where the horizon is in relation to the Oryx. You know that, right? You do know
I understand that. Do you understand the argument given against this? Because if you did, you wouldn't need to keep asking that.
What, refraction?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
the crane is bendy.
Yeah, you got it.
So what you have to do is you have to backwards engineer the observation that you're making to fit your model, based on how much you can bend light to fit your model. That's just going to be you inserting your belief that the Earth is a ball.
I mean, that's just an argument from incredulity, but like you can quite clearly see it being bendy as fuck. So clearly, there's something going on with the light that you're seeing, right?
Have you watched the video?
Have I watched a video?
Have you watched the video that this image is taken from? Because it's a still.
I don't know. Maybe. Not recently.
So what we observe is it's called atmospheric turbulence, like wind, different pressures, different temperatures, different moisture values going from, I think it's from right to left across the screen, right to left. It's just turbulence in the atmosphere. The things are there, but the atmosphere is waving the light between the observer, the camera, and the object we're looking at. That's all that's happening. It's not pushing the
not refraction.
It's not pushing the horizon back 10 miles. Why would it do that?
I don't think you understand the point of refraction here. The idea is that you have a curve, like you have what you should see, and because of the bending of the light, you're seeing further than that, as if you were in a different location than you were actually at looking at this.
Yeah, everything from 1.2 miles is refracted upwards to look flat, for as far as we can see.
I don't think that's the case. I think that's kind of the point of it waving. That's not the case.
That would have to be the case if the Earth was a ball. Because if the horizon was physical and geometric, it should be at 1.2 miles. But you're saying because of the refraction, the horizon is projected backwards and the water is projected upwards. So the horizon extends further away and the water looks flat. That's what you're saying.
Saying what I said, that it refracts. As you can see, the entirety of this Oiler is moving. You can especially see it when it comes to the posts on top, but the entirety of it is moving because you have a refraction of light in all directions. It's not just upward.
Why is the horizon behind the Oryx?
Because that's what you're seeing. You can see the horizon.
No, why? Not because that's what I'm seeing. Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why is the horizon beyond the Oryx?
Isn't the horizon always beyond everything? This is kind of the point of horizon.
Hold on, because if it's the curvature of the Earth, it should be at 1.2 miles in front of the oil rigs. So the oil rigs are behind them, being obstructed by them, the curve of the Earth. Why is the horizon behind the oil rigs?
We've already been through this because of refraction.
Oh, so it is
bending the light.
Then. So refraction
bending the light to where you're seeing more than you should actually see, and it pushes back where the horizon is actually at.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're in agreement. Refraction does push the geometric horizon backwards by lifting up the surface of the Earth and projecting it flat. Refraction does this.
I feel like you're saying that in like a literal sense, because like flat earthers tend to do dumb statements like that, but obviously not in a literal sense. It is not lifting anything.
Okay, then you explain the mechanic of why the horizon is behind your rigs when it should be at 1.2. Explain it in
explain that it's bending of the light. So imagine if I was. I'm trying to. Can I? I'm trying to.
In which direction?
Keep repeating the question. I'm trying to.
You shush. I'll finish clarifying my point. I want you to describe how. Not just say refraction. Which way is it bending the light?
Well, obviously, figuratively.
Okay, you done? Can I respond now? Okay, so the idea is that the refraction causes the refraction causes you to see further than you actually should. Obviously, take for example, it makes it look like. So take for example, if I was say, I don't know, 100 feet away from this oiler, right? If I was 100 feet away from the oiler, what would this look like? What would I see?
It's not explaining how.
I'm trying. Well, I am explaining.
No,
how.
you're not.
This is the way explaining how it works is that you give synonyms, metaphors, and whatever else, so that the person can understand better. So try to stick with me. If I was 100 feet away from this oiler, can you imagine what I might see?
No, just explain refraction to me.
Okay, well, if you don't want to go along with me, then no, I can't explain it to you.
Okay, so you can't explain what refraction is.
No, I can, but if you don't want to go along with me, then no, obviously not. If you plug your ears, I can obviously not explain it.
Okay, so explain what refraction is.
I'm trying to, but if you plug your ears, I obviously can't.
Waiting, come on.
Like I said, can you imagine what it would look like 100 feet away?
Imagine.
Yeah,
I want to imagine.
Can you imagine this?
I want you to explain.
Can you be a big boy and try to go along with me in this conversation?
No, I don't want to imagine.
Like if you're just going to be disingenuous with the conversation, there's no point.
I want you to explain. I don't want to imagine. Explain.
Okay, well, it's your loss, buddy.
What, that you can't explain refraction? I have to imagine.
Oh, no, I can. You just don't want to hear it.
Go on then.
Quite clearly.
Explain refraction.
You keep repeating yourself. You're not sounding any smarter.
Well, you're not giving me an explanation of refraction.
No, I'm trying to, but if you're going to say, well, no, I'm not going to listen to that.
You're the one that said, you're the one who told us that literally nothing was occurring. It's not literally occurring. You're the goofball who painted yourself into the corner, bro. Figuratively speaking. Yeah, what was that all about when you, Senor, when you say, it's not literally happening? What does that even mean? Hello?
Well, you got to give people a chance to respond. When people say things, they mean one thing, but it can also be meant in another way. Do you understand how this works? Do you know how literal and figurative means?
Yeah, but you're needing something to occur literally, not figuratively.
So if I say it's raining cats and dogs, don't look up and imagine to get hit by a 30-pound animal, all right?
You're being a goofball now.
No, I'm not, because you're the one that was taking it in some ridiculous way.
Well, you're the one that says that you're seeing things in the distance by something that's not literally occurring.
Yeah. When you're looking at things, when you see things, it doesn't automatically mean what you're seeing is actually what's occurring.
Listen, you want someone to be floating 100 feet away from the oil rig in the ocean. Okay, I'm imagining it. I'm treading water, looking at the oil rig.
And you can imagine that you see a horizon behind the oil rigs, correct?
What do you mean you can imagine that if I'm floating in the water, I'm going to be going up and down in the waves?
Sure. You can't see a horizon moving?
Literally.
You can't see a horizon while you're moving? Is that just like a responsibility for you?
Old Haas, this knuckle dragger is conflating optical effects with figures of speech.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know like basic idioms, like raining cats and dogs, the howling wind, and like scratching, like hard rain, like nails. Like he doesn't he's basically, I would say maybe neurodivergent, where he's like certain way of people communicating, social interactions are beyond his skill set. He just doesn't have the ability to do so.
Don't bring him to onomatopoeia. We know Dave's discipleship didn't cover that.
Yeah, he's really like Dave reaches out to neurodivergent people who aren't able to go to a college classroom because they don't have the skill set to function in society. So they have to go to YouTube to kind of get a little bit of their, quote unquote science education. The problem is those people get bored very quickly and they kind of need a little drama in their life. So he rebranded as a debooker. Sometimes those scientific educators, rebrand as like video gamers or, like speed runners or something like that. So Dave caught his little niche. He saw if he makes a scientific education video, it gets a dozen views. If he does a debooking, where he acts like a complete asshat, debating flat Earth, he gets 1 million views. He loves attention. So which one is he going to do? And this is the type of kickback you get. You get the attention seeker, not the Professor Dave disciple who isn't neurodivergent and doesn't even know a phrase "raining cats and dogs" means. He doesn't get it because he's not able to connect vernacular with description, which is why flat Earth description of the surface of the Earth is beyond his skill set. He's like, look at that cloud. Is that in the sky or is that on the ground? Can't tell you. He doesn't know.
I'm not going to hold this one flat earther against all of you guys.
What formula of refraction are you using? Then you just say refraction. There are many types. Which one are you talking about? I guess we'll never know the answer to that question either.
Yeah, guaranteed he doesn't know.
Maybe we can imagine.
It's not literally refracting. It's just cats and dog refracting.
Oh, he's refracting cats and dogs out there.
Yeah.
So what else is going on here? There you go. Twonger's back.
Yep, I'm here.
Hooray. Got any curve adjustments?
Yeah, Twonger, if I wanted to measure my floor for carpet, would I do the ceiling instead, or would I just do the floor?
The ceiling would work as well. If there's a lot of shit on your floor, it's probably actually easier to measure the ceiling. It's a good idea.
Would you go to the ceiling and measure the ceiling?
Yep.
Awesome. So it's probably best if you're measuring something to measure that then.
Can't even bring himself to say it.
I just need a good laugh after the palate cleanser from that last numb nut.
After 5 hours of Russian bike.
Like, oh, but I have a model. No one gives a fuck about your. Not even you. You don't care about your model either. You show me a better model. Yeah, literally any model would be better than your model. Like anything.
I'll show you a globe model. There you go. You want to be the center of attention, Twonga?
Not right this second. I'm busy right now.
Playing a video game?
Nope, I'm reading.
I'm reading up about Earth curve measurements.
Yep.
So, has anybody heard the new hotness that is going around at the moment with regards to aircraft pitch angle data? Anybody heard about this? Nathan
Yeah,
has been talking about it.
This is a QE thing.
I was wondering.
That's just simplified. It's just simplified. It's easy to understand it that way.
It's the new Black Swan Jedi. You know it.
Well, we've been saying these things for years, right?
Yeah, there was one of the anti-flat earthers who said, like, yo, I'm a pilot. I got reams of flight data, all demonstrating the Earth is a ball. You're like, can you see it? Still to this day, never produced like anything. Didn't show anything at all.
Do you guys know what prediction the globe makes regarding this?
I reckon 0.
Yeah, I didn't know a Boltard could make predictions.
Well, you would have to first define what pitch control data is.
Yeah.
Why, don't you like the numbers, Peter?
I love them.
Yeah. So pitch will be with regards to horizontal.
Well, is that what you mean?
Yeah, the Globers have been trying to figure out.
Sorry, we talk about it.
Pitch control data on the globe Earth is where you go to the batting cage.
Here comes space mysticism.
Yeah, Peter, you guys have been trying to work out the argument against it for the past week over in the Globe Gangsters, haven't you? You guys been trying to figure out.
My father explained this to me like 20 years ago.
Oh, really? So pitch data taken from a horizontal, or you mean from level Earth? What? How did he explain it to you?
There are two different things that you could consider under the term pitch data. You guys are not specifying what you mean.
Unbelievable.
Airplane according to the chord through the wing.
Say again?
The pitch of the aircraft according to the chord through the wing. It's a horizontal reference.
That makes no sense.
Yeah, well, obviously, because I don't think your dad told you about it. I think you're bullshitting.
What?
So you also brought up pitch control, and is this argument about pitch control or pitch?
That's what I'm asking.
Oh my goodness.
All right, listen, dudes.
Has anybody
The
brought up the
argument is
idea of
about
pitch control except for you?
I think you're spiraling.
the
No, I'm
argument
just
is about
somebody.
the data that I posted, so you can reference it. It's in the chat. There it is. My last post. The area that's blocked off goes from particular time, so 8:05 all the way up, right? Yeah, right there. So you can see there, it shows the pitch, and then another spot down towards the bottom shows altitude. So while it's maintaining a particular altitude, it's maintaining a particular pitch for an extended period of time. So that's the argument. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's the globe prediction.
That's your rebuttal? That's the globe prediction? That's retarded, Peter. Step up. Come on.
Yeah, like I told you, they've been talking about it, and now they've learned how to answer this. But all they're doing is just saying, yeah, that's what we predict on the globe. That's what we're going to get. By flying horizontal with no change in pitch, like that's what it's going to be. It's crazy, bro. They're full on.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Stuck.
Wow. So let me get this straight. Not one person in this room right now knows anything about this argument. Is that what's going on?
I've started to look into it. I rewatched QE stream the other day. I've looked through this data. This is really the first chance I've had a conversation about it personally. Don't know about anybody else, dude.
Oh, so what was that? Oh, what's that other guy's name? What's the guy's Glober's name that just spoke recently? I just forgot.
Peter?
No, it's me.
Peter, yeah, Peter.
Yeah, it's me.
No, I said Globe guy.
Yeah, me.
Nah, it was Peter.
Peter's a mulligan wizard.
It was Peter.
Yeah, it's me.
So Peter asked, what do you mean by pitch data?
Yeah, I did.
One thing that can be meant by pitch data is data from telemetry that's showing inputs to the surface controls in the airplane. Meaning, are the surface controls being deflected or not?
Well, this data seems to show, according to the metric on the side, which I think is on the far right side, that once it reaches this particular altitude, it maintains a pitch of approximately 3 degrees for the extension of that time period.
That's right, and that's exactly
changing altitude.
That's exactly what the globe model predicts when you fly.
No, it doesn't, Peter. You don't know the argument. Something you've got to remember: if you are flying around a ball, Peter, if you are flying around a ball, which you claim you are, your pitch would change.
That's what you think. Yeah, that's the old meme, like airplanes.
The reason it would change is because that data is referenced off a gyroscope, not off the Earth itself.
You don't have to show this data. You can just ask, would an aircraft be dipping its nose when flying over a curve? The answer is no, and that's what this shows you.
So that means you're flying off up into the nether.
What?
Well, that's what you think, and I get
no, it would be dipping.
But what I'm saying to you is, if you just simply ask a Glober who's somewhat knowledgeable about aviation, does an aircraft dip its nose when flying over the globe? The answer is no, and the chart you're showing proves that.
So as a flat earther, we can just look at that and say the plane flew flat and level. But for a Glober to look at it, the Glober has to look at it and then imagine that the plane was flying around a ball. Unbelievable.
No, we also say that the plane flies level. We have no issue with that.
Can we maybe let AI get out what he's trying to say?
Okay, so we got this reference here, pitch, which is allegedly off of a horizontal plane, right? A reference plane. Now, according to the Globe claim, that reference plane is momentaneously altering in a rotation every moment in order for the horizontal plane to remain perpendicular to vertical. So if it's the case that this machine is logging a referent of 3 degrees off of horizontal, but the horizontal referent is constantly changing while it's constantly reading 3 degrees, then Peter could just argue that it's doing exactly that. And this chart wouldn't be able to tell you otherwise. In other words, it's incomplete information.
Yeah, you could build a device that would prove whether there's a curve or not. It's essentially a gyroscope. You could build a dedicated gyroscope that remains rigid, it's not corrected for the change in vertical.
Right.
And it would show you a deflection, or it wouldn't if it's flat Earth.
Well, if it was a flat Earth, it would show that there's no rotation of the attitude of the plane.
Exactly.
If it's a globe Earth and it's following the same altitude, following an arced path, it would show a rotation in the attitude of the plane.
Right.
But if you baseline the horizontal constantly to the vector of what you call down at any given point, which means it's going to be changing every second of every moment, right? Every microsecond it's going to be changing. So the reference that is giving you the reading, the output reading, is only going to tell you what the machine is designed to output, right?
Exactly.
You need to know the inner workings.
Thank you. So a gyroscope, and a gyroscope designed specifically not to adjust to the changing vertical, because gyroscopes in planes do adjust. They have special mechanical considerations to accommodate the change in vertical. So if you overrode that, if you did not include that, and you put a gyro on a level flying plane, two things would happen. One, it would not process, meaning we're on flat Earth, or it would process along with the curve. And that would
be Peter. So what you're saying is if you have a mechanical action inputted into the system that momentaneously, which means at every moment, not every second, but every moment, which means every single instant of time to the smallest degree, it's constantly reorienting the baseline and giving you a reading from that reorientation of 3 degrees. So it's constantly altering the underlying baseline to give you 3 degrees. So it's not actually informing you with the readout of whether the plane is experiencing a rotation or not. It couldn't.
A fundamental thing to consider before we look into any of this is if the Earth were a globe, okay, the globe cartoon, if it were reality, would a plane actually need to adjust its control surfaces to follow the curve?